today for my first proper morning show. I got through the end without crying. I'm amazed. Have a lovely afternoon, everyone. Do stay tuned because Sammy's coming up in a bit. I'll see you very soon.
Bye.
Are you new to jewellery making? Then tune in to our Designer Inspiration Show every day between 1 and 5 for our new 2 sections. We'll help you get started and give you all the knowledge and inspiration you need. Also, we'll be introducing you to a new medium every day. Whether you're a beginner or intermediate, we've got everything you need to get you started with a new hobby. The Designer Inspiration Show, only on Jewellery Maker.
Download the Jewellery Maker app today. You can watch our Jewellery Maker shows live, view all the details of the item that is currently on air, as well as browsing all the items from today's show. You can also minimize the video or switch to use as a companion app. Get the Jewellery Maker app today and boost your viewing experience.
When opening a jump ring, always open north to south, as if you were opening a door. Never open the jump ring east to west, as you will find it difficult to keep the shape and it may weaken the jump ring.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. Jewellery Maker offers an extensive range of creative workshops for all levels, from beginners right through to advanced. Each workshop is run by our approachable tutors who are all friendly, knowledgeable and are specialists in their field of expertise. Our popular courses are tailor-made to suit your needs and to help you get started with a new hobby or to advance your skills onto the next level. We keep the class sizes small to ensure you get plenty of one-to-one attention, so book early to avoid disappointment. For more information, contact our call centre or visit our website.
When shopping with Jewellery Maker, you can add as many items to your order in one day and only pay 1 postage and packaging charge. We have 2 delivery options. Standard delivery at just £2.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 4 to 6 days. Or opt for our premium delivery at just £4.95 and you'll receive your parcel within 3 to 4 days. Happy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
Hello everybody, very warm welcome to everyone. My name's Ellen. If we've not met previously, this is where Eleanor started her journey, so it's like coming home. I hope you're all well. Like I said, an absolute privilege and pleasure to be with you. And for the very first time, I am joined by, well, she's infamous to you jewellery makers, but it's the first time we work together, which is going to be amazing. How are you, Sammy?
I'm great, thank you. I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, we're going to have lots of fun.
Yeah.
We are going to have lots of fun. And I tell you what, the pieces that you've made are unbelievable. I mean, so I don't think, I mean, is this something new to Jewellery Maker? Because you've introduced innovation in the terms that you're actually interchanging different looks with one piece.
I think that's been done, but not in this way before. Because I remember that last year somebody did a look at, you could take the stones in and out of, but I don't think anybody's done this. So it'll be interesting.
So. It will be, honestly. I mean, I'm used to seeing obviously jewellery pieces, and the concept of actually sort of having 2 looks within one is something that some of the biggest jewellery designers around the world actually do. It's the first time I've ever seen it. I think Sammy's been a little bit humble there, because what you have done is absolutely genius. So if you want to see something which is brand new, certainly brand new to me, where you can actually have one piece, and they're interlocking, aren't they, basically?
Yes.
Interlocking. What was that? Sorry, darling? Let's do that, yes. So we've got that coming your way, 3 amazing pieces. We've also got a whole afternoon jam-packed with premieres. We've been spoilt a little bit, to be truthful. We have been spoilt. I've got an amazing aquamarine strand, I've got an incredible sapphire strand, but I've also got one of my favourite gemstones on the entire planet. It just epitomises femininity, and it can be none other than, of course, your kunzite. Now, this is brand new, it's totally and utterly natural. This is not heated in any way, shape or form to bring out those wonderful pinks. It's a double strand, as you can see, that I've got falling across the back of my hand. It is coming your way at the last hour, the 4 o'clock hour. So make sure you do stay tuned for that, and it's those definite pinks that you're looking for with this wonderful gemstone. That's coming your way. I've also got, sorry, am I getting ahead of myself? Sorry, I think it's my talk back. What did you say? What did you say? Oh, should we do that? Sorry, everyone, it was my talk back then. Ugh. Rusty, see? I'm rusty in the world of Jewellery Maker. That's what it is. Now, let's start with some 925 sterling silver. I love these. Now, this is a piece of jewellery in its own individual right. Let's just say if you went to some of the very well-known stores that stock charms, you know what prices they can be. Now, this is brand new, never been seen previously before, and I've got a charm bracelet as well myself, and I would absolutely love to get this little fella to be hanging from my charm bracelet. He is adorable. It's 925 sterling silver with a bolt ring clasp. Look at this. It's a beautiful, beautiful lustrous wise owl. Look at him. Look at him. Now, my director is saying he thinks he's a barn owl. Barn owl? I went really Welsh then. I went really Welshy. A barn owl. Look at that all the way around. There he is. So lustrous. And he's called what? Keith. Keith, okay. This is Keith the barn owl. Already lots of you are coming. He's not actually called Keith. You can call him whatever you want to call him. But it's brand new. It's never been on your screens previously before. I have got quantity of this little chappie. I've got 100 of these available. However, I can fully anticipate this to be a brand new sellout. I mean, like I said, I've got a charm bracelet. I was actually gifted a charm bracelet from one of those stores, shall we say. Now, before you all go, what? You bought jewellery from somewhere else? It was a gift, and it was long before this wonderful family-run business was actually established. But believe me, I know the prices that the charms are. You can pay up to £50 for a charm bracelet. And are they actually 925 sterling silver? Not always. No, not always. They can often be sort of your brass metals, maybe with a sterling silver overlay. This is entirely solid silver. You can see how the light actually plays across the surface. That's the definition of polishing. And I'm very fortunate enough to have just come back from India on a recent trip with our CEO, Steve Bennett, and his lovely wife, Sarah, and some of my fellow presenters as well. So very fortunate. And we were going around. A couple actually of the different sort of factories that actually make our jewellery designs, obviously on our sister channels. The definition that goes into, and the work, the precision that goes into creating a piece like this. Do you know there's 200 steps? 200 steps. And that's not from the faceting, that's after the faceting of gemstones. I'm not talking about sort of the gemstones. In terms of physical steps to actually get the piece of jewellery itself polished to definition, it goes through each individual, and then it's checked, and it's double checked, and it's double checked. So you can actually see that quality being emulated in this wonderful piece. That all boils down to just how well the light is actually sort of cascading and polishing across this little chap. Lots of you are multi-buying. Let's introduce your Jewellery Maker deal. Now, can I just say again, you can pay £50 plus for charms in most of those retailers. I'm not allowed to say names because I'll get myself into trouble, but you know the ones that I am talking about. It can be sort of something significant, maybe as a gift, maybe as a gift to yourself. If you regard yourself as a wise person, then obviously that's what an owl is said to symbolise, isn't it? I'm not so wise. I'm not so wise. I think I've learnt over the years I've experienced things, but I wouldn't class myself as wise. Would you class yourself as wise, Sammy?
Definitely not.
She says definitely not. I don't know about that, Sammy. I've seen what you've done with your wonderful creations.
Don't know, I can be creative but not wise.
Creative, not wise.
Yes.
Well, what about you, Paul? Are you wise?
Yeah, definitely.
Definitely. So, so what actually warrants you as being wise?
Beard.
The beard.
Definitely the beard.
Well, that makes sense. That does make sense. All men with beards must be wise. If you can't grow a beard, that means you're not wise. No, not really. Not really, not really. £15 only, lots of you choosing to multi-buy, and I don't blame you whatsoever. It's brand new to your screens. I am hoping that we're going to be bringing you some more little charms like this, because I think they're going to be hugely, hugely popular. Sue, Joan, Leslie, Anne, Gillian, Andrea, Sylvia, you've got yours. I'll leave those with you. There is a few more, but it is very, very popular. So I'll pop it in the bottom of the screen so you can actually, you can continue to buy. That's for number 12, and now we're going to move on to number 5 in the drawer. Oh, I know how popular these are. Sammy, prepare yourself, because you're going to be watching, you're going to be wishing that you're the other side of the screen this afternoon.
Already do. I wanted that owl.
Yeah. Well, this next piece I know is one of your most popular, as in jewellery makers. These are, firstly, can I just say, very expensive to actually commission. And do also add that quality to your jewellery, because you've got the added security, and they are, of course, your lever arch clasps. Look at these, 925 sterling silver. So again, it's engineering. It's not just a thing of beauty, it's actual engineering that you can see. And straight away, I've got people on the phone lines and on the web. Don't believe it, they are one of your most popular pieces that we bring you. You've got 10 pairs, so 20 individual lever backs. Multi-buy until your hearts are content. We have got quantity of these, and it's one of those items that you really should perhaps get whilst it's on your screen, because probably the demand surpasses our actual supply, unfortunately. So a lot of 925 sterling silver, and one of the things I was reminded, and we are reminded of frequently here at Jewellery Maker, is the price of gemstones aren't just increasing, also the price of your 925 sterling silver, and of course your golds and your platinum, that increases on a regular basis, and is in this current industry straight away. I mean, look how busy we are on the web. Audrey, Michelle, Belinda, Catherine, I've got Linda buying 10, I don't blame you, Linda, Emma, Elaine, Berkshire, Louise, Katie, Rita, Sally, Valerie, Irina, you're with me, Sussex, just a handful of the collectors, as you can see on your screen. I've still got people dialing through. So I think maybe just a simple drop, a simple stone at the end of these. I mean, you're the creative people out there. I don't confess myself to be a jewellery maker. I've just got a love of jewellery and gemstones. And if you love, with 925 sterling silver, obviously it warrants the high-end gemstones, which I have got coming up in this afternoon. So if you're looking for high-end gemstones, I've got great pieces. Half of the stock has gone, so we need to bring in your price point. £12.95. Can I just show you? I'm just going to try and scoop all these together. Just try and imagine. I wouldn't want you to do this, but imagine melting it down to its solid, to maybe one single lump of 925 sterling silver. Look at the amount that you are getting, so you can really see the gram weight that you're getting in this entire opportunity. 10 pairs in total. I mean, how much do you think you could actually command for one pair of earrings? Maybe with an aquamarine gemstone, which is amazing, coming your way. How much do you think you could command with some kunzite, just a simple drop?
I usually sell them at about £20.
£20. So you've already covered your cost, haven't you?
Yeah. And people they love the security of the lever back.
Well, that's it. It is the security.
It's very much requested, especially as you're heading towards winter. I know we're going towards summer now, but a lot of us are making ready for Christmas.
Yeah.
So you're thinking about people taking their scarves off, and you often get your earring caught in your scarf. It flies forwards. I know, because I've done that myself. I lost an amethyst. That's why I was doing a night market in Gloucester. I lost a beautiful amethyst earring. Found it at the end of the night, but I was very lucky. Very, very lucky then.
Now, if everybody checks out, we've got about 10 pairs left. That's all. So it is going to sell out. We've got to move on. We've got to move on. So well done if you were lucky enough to get that. Now, let's stick to our 925 sterling silver, shall we? Now, love these. Love these. These are pendant veils. Now again, Sammy, I'm going to lean on your knowledge. lean on your knowledge when I look at these, because well, firstly I can tell you again the gram weight is significant in what you're seeing, but the detailing is incredible, attention to detail, and I think that's crucial, isn't it, when
Yes.
especially if you're selling your jewellery or you're making special commission pieces. Sammy, I mean, what would you be inclined to do with these, because they are just so beautifully romantic?
Oh, they are lovely, aren't they?
Aren't they?
Are they like a snapback?
Let me turn my hand like so, yeah.
Oh, yes, you could just, I mean, you can do anything with those. You could either put them through just like a big rondelle, which would look really, really lovely.
Oh, that would look nice, yeah.
Or if you get our bezel set,
Yes.
and you just have one of that pinched across the top of the bezel set. Because when we do the bezel set drops, they often have a little round at the top, so you can just put it through the jump ring at the top and close that shut. They're lovely, aren't they?
Really, really lovely.
Really
and again,
beautiful.
well, I want to refer to the fact that they're polished throughout the entirety. I'm holding it like so you can actually see the 925 sterling silver marking just there, which if you are sort of selling or gifting your jewellery, you know, the fact that they have got that added luxury that this is solid 925 sterling silver, I mean, it is obviously a standard that they are actually hallmarked, so you can actually use that as certainly as a positive with such pieces. Now you are getting 5, and again, these are very, very popular. They're brand new, not been seen on your screens before. You've got that wonderful, so I don't want to say the designer because I'm not making comparisons whatsoever, but that heart design has been synonymous for many, many, many years, and is timeless and dateless. It never actually goes out of fashion, does it? You know, the actual sort of curvature of it as well. And what you're not seeing, maybe if I could actually sort of hold it with my fingers maybe a little bit more, you'll actually see more the attention, the detailing of the actual heart itself. Yeah, I know I'm not hot. There we go. So you can actually see without the actual sort of post, if you like, in the middle, the connection. That's what's going to sit flush with your gemstone. Lots of you on the web already, lots of you multi-buying already. 5 pieces. We'll introduce your Jewellery Maker price. Wow. £2 each.
That's mad. That's really mad.
The average ring, do you know what it weighs? 1.5 grams. The average ring. Now, I don't know the actual weight of these, but all I can say, like I said, all I can say is just look at the density. And if I turn it like so, look at the amount of sterling silver that you've got in the bale alone.
I bet you'll get quite a few silversmiths buying these as well, because it's you know, when we're bezel setting custom stones, it's nice to have a really good bale to put on there, and we can't make one for £2. Obviously the silver would probably cost us less than £2, but the amount of time involved in trying to do something like that by hand.
Yeah, well, it's the skill that goes into it as well. The craftsmanship.
Amazing.
And you're 100% right. I'm glad you said that, Sammy, because like I said, I'm just back from India, and I'll probably go on about it throughout the entirety of the afternoon, because genuinely I've never learned so much or experienced so much in a space of in a week, basically, in terms of the world of jewellery. But every single piece of jewellery is intricately polished, intricately sort of brushed, detailed. That's what we witnessed when we were over in India, and you just really, it's almost easy for us to take for granted, especially when we're like sort of £2 pieces of jewellery like such as this. It's very easy to take it all for granted, isn't it? Lots of you getting involved, and please, if, like I said, if you are gifting it, make sure, and when you actually get these home, if we weren't obviously a high quality supplier of yours, then perhaps we wouldn't bring you bales like this and settings like this, and we probably wouldn't bother brushing on the inside. If I turn that round, as you can see, look, even on the inside we've actually polished the 925 sterling silver. Attention to detail, isn't it? And that's what we all want. And yet we're not paying a high-end price tag. £2 only for all that 925 sterling silver, looking like it's going to be an on-screen sellout. So half the stock, I beg your pardon, has already gone, but there's lots of you still dialing through, so good luck. And so far I think pretty much every piece that I've brought you this afternoon has been very close to selling out. So moving on to number 4, crimp bead covers. With your solid 925, you're getting 100 pieces in total. Again, luster. Look how polished they are. I call it liquid luster. Because it does. Don't you think sterling silver, when it's polished well, it sort of almost looks liquid-like?
Yes.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, mirror finished.
Mirror finished, exactly. Whereas some jewellers, if they haven't polished it as highly as what you're seeing here, then you wouldn't get that, yes, reflective surface. And 925 sterling silver is the most lustrous of your precious metal. You're getting 100 pieces, and these, again, Sammy, you simply pop them over maybe a detail that you want to cover. Is that right?
Yeah, you pop them over maybe a knot, or you can pop them or a crimp. In order to cover them up, and sometimes I will use them actually as spacer beads themselves. So
use them as spacer beads.
Yeah, I will use them as spacer. I like to colour block. So I like maybe if you're doing maybe a few rubies at the bottom, then you'll have a few sapphires at the side or whatever. But then you'll put a crimp to stop everything from moving, and put that as a spacer bead, or just use it as a spacer bead on its own. But I use an awful lot of those.
So I'm guessing, Sammy, how many would you buy of these probably when they come on our screens?
Well, I tend to multi-buy if they come up in hundreds, because they don't normally only get a few in a kit, you see.
Yes.
So I like to multi-buy when they come up like that.
Especially in 925 sterling silver, I'm guessing.
Definitely. Oh yeah, definitely. It lifts your piece, definitely does, to be able to say that every part of that is 95 sterling silver. It definitely adds that bit of well, it just says you care, I think.
Well, if you're doing, and you were saying, Sammy, that you're making now pieces for Christmas, which obviously,
yes.
if this is your business, then obviously you have to plan ahead. Yes, I said the C word.
Oh yes, sorry.
Christmas. Christmas. But if it's your business, you have to, don't you? You have to. It's the same as if you've got maybe a fashion store, then you've got to start looking at your stock for Christmas, etc. So you have to do that. 925 sterling silver, especially when that's when you start really splashing out a little bit, maybe over the festive period, you want to have a little bit of bling. Yeah. I imagine, and I'm guessing, would the more expensive pieces like 925 sterling silver be more sort of popular?
They are bought more than the base metals, but then I do sell quite high-end places. Yes. So they do go more than the base metals. Yeah, totally. For me, it's not the same for everybody. It's not the same for every economic demographic. So it does depend where you're selling.
That's true. It's a good point.
In terms of gifts, if you're going to sort of give your stuff as gifts, it's nice to be able to do it with make a forever piece. A forever piece. Now let's bring in your price point. I've already got lots of you on the phone and on the web. 100 individual pieces, and Sammy's just highlighted they are multifunctional. They've got so many different uses. I love the fact that somebody's taken the time to individually photograph those in a nice little row, uniform little Pac-Man, aren't they? They do look like little Pac-Men. Me too. Showing me age now, aren't I? Well done to you, Charlotte, Alison, Michelle, Alexandra. Hello to you, Jana, Judith, Beverly. Well done to you, Joanne. Lanarkshire's with me, London's with me, Surrey's with me, Deborah and Gloucestershire. Congratulations to you. Again, if you want to multi-buy, I wouldn't blame you on that whatsoever, because they are crimp beads and also 925 sterling silver, very much demanded. So I'll leave that with you. And hope I'm putting that in the right drawer. Did you say that was from number 4? Number 4, number 4, number 4. Lots of individual little pieces there. Okay, moving on to, sorry. I love these. Now, these are brand new, premieres. Can I just give you a little heads up? If you maybe weren't looking to buy 925 sterling silver this afternoon, you're going to want to next. You are going to want to, because these are beautiful. I'm just thinking straight away, as a non-jewellery maker myself, I appreciate everything that you do, but I haven't got the patience and I haven't got the skills that you have. But I'm just thinking, simple 925 sterling silver chain and one of these threaded through, you've got a ready-made pendant. Love, 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 love these. Sammy, you've not seen these before, my darling, and you're going to love them as well. Now you can actually attach gemstones to the base as well. These are beautiful little bows. Look at those. Little bow charms, little bow pendants. Solid detailing that you're seeing there, all the way around. And you can see, if I turn my hand like so, you've got that little jump ring which you can attach or whatever, or sort of waterfall design. I love the fact that you've got that really organic movement Yeah. That's
Do you love
really-
these as much as I do?
Yeah, they're beautiful. You could do this so much. I'm thinking like flower girl headbands and things. So when you're weaving a headband tiara for somebody, you can have little bows in there too,
Yeah.
with some little tiny rose quartz and little seed pearls. That would look absolutely beautiful, wouldn't it?
It really would. I'm inclined to think, because I've got literally caught my eye here. I've got some sort of crystal quartz, maybe faceted quartz, clear quartz, and maybe some pearls. Really, really, really elegant. Funny enough, I was sort of talking the other day about sort of how I love bows, especially when they've got that sort of movement to them. When they're not sort of like your Minnie Mouse bow, but when they've got that fluidity to them.
Yeah.
And especially with 925 sterling silver. I mean, look at the phone lines and the web. There are so many of you getting involved. How many have we got of these, darling? 200. Okay, so that's good. We've got a big quantity. Now you do get 5 pieces. 5 pieces. I think you're going to be shocked by the price, and if you've already checked out, first of all, well done. I've done exactly the same, but I think you're going to be adding to it. So let's bring in that Jewellery Maker price for you. They're brand new, never been up. You can attach these to anything. They could be charms, they could be pendants.
If you've got the bows, if you've got the owls as well, you're already starting to make a charm bracelet for somebody, aren't you?
Owl at the
Or
bottom of the screen.
yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love these, and you're getting 5. You would truthfully, I would expect if I actually went to my local shopping centre, which physically I find it an impossibility to walk past any jewellery store. Not because I've got any intention of buying from them. I know it gets very, very annoying. My other half probably gets like really, really, really bored with the fact that we're looking in the same jewellers all the time. But the only reason I do is because I say this to my American customers on our sister channel, is that I pull my smug face. Do you want to see my smug face? Does it look smug? It's because I think, seriously, look at the prices that you are charging, and I would certainly expect to pay 4 times that price for one of these in a jeweller.
Yeah, in a jeweller's.
As a pendant.
But even if you put it from a lower end jeweller's on a fine chain, something like that would be like £12, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
If you're looking at a boutiques and you add, they do ask silly prices in some of these places, but I'm thinking of like some of your high street shops, catalogue shops and things like that you're probably looking around £12, and for just one of them on a chain.
Exactly. And this is solid 925 sterling silver. I wouldn't be surprised if this is actually a sellout this afternoon. And if there are any of these remaining come the end of the show, and as I said earlier, I don't confess myself to be a jewellery maker. I would love to. I'm quite artistic, but I'm not very patient. That's my problem, Sammy.
Have you tried it then?
Yes. My wirework necklace was a bit of a laughing stock for many years. In fact, it may still be upstairs in the studio, upstairs in the office, but for many years I was the laughing stock of our Jewellery Maker team. So I haven't got the patience for it, but something like this, to say you've created something, you can add a simple gemstone to the bottom, and that's a thing of beauty. Well done. I've got people buying 4s, 2s, 3s, 5s, and I've still got people dialing through. There is still quantity there. I'll leave those remaining with you, and perhaps we'll recap them a little bit later on in the show, see if there's any left. Now, shall we bring you... Where did these go again? Honestly, I've got memory like a sieve. Memory like a sieve, Sammy.
It's all right. Mine's no better.
Honestly,
No, it's
I
terrible.
wonder how I've got by in life, to be truthful.
Well, every day's
Now,
an adventure, isn't
Every day is an adventure. You never know what you're going to get. Okay. Sammy's challenge. Now, Sammy, do you choose to accept?
I do, because I did choose it before the show.
Oh. Someone might have told me that. Okay, so she's already accepted it. Brilliant. I don't blame you, though. You have got, oh my goodness, beautiful, beautiful jasper. Jasper, which, tiger's eye, beg your pardon. tiger's eye, it's got what we call a chatoyancy to it. Now what that means in the gemstone world, it's a phenomena gemstone, and there are tiny microscopic inclusions within each of these gemstones which are not actually visible with the naked eye, and they play with the light to give you almost movement. If you get really up close and personal with these gemstones, you can actually see that chatoyancy, that movement, and actually picture a tiger's eye, hence what the name, the gemstone is actually named after. Can you see that chatoyancy moving across the surface of the gem? Yeah, it's sort of got a satin or silky appearance to it. 3 strands, but every single one of these beautiful tiger's eye, and it is the red colour, which is rare to see because ordinarily I'll see it maybe in those sort of golden browns, but this is the actual red colour, so that's exciting, an exciting sort of alternative to this gemstone. Can I just point out as well, many countries across the world actually regard tiger's eye in the same sort of prestige as we do as diamonds and gold here in the West. It's very, very, very highly valued in many countries across the world. Look at that, it's just magnificent in terms of you'll get that movement with gems. That's what I absolutely adore with gemstones. It's not just a flat colour, you have got maybe brilliant, you've got pleochroism, triachroism, and in this instance a phenomenal optical effect. So you're getting, Sammy, you're getting 3 strands. You've got a 4mm round strand, a 6mm round strand, and an 8mm round strand. Any inspiration?
Yeah.
Well, of course she's got inspiration.
Oh, I love tiger's eye, so I just, as soon as it was out, I had to have it. That was it.
You had to have it.
I had to have it for my challenge. So yeah, I'm just going to have a play and see what I come up with some gold wire and
I
bits
love
and
that you
pieces
do
and-
that. I'm just going to have a play and see what I come up with. See, I would probably, this would be me. It would end up just being a simple necklace with me because, like I say, I'm not that creative.
Nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think when you've got graduated tiger's eye, I will be doing a simple necklace as well because all the work's done for you. The gem is absolutely stunning on its own. You can just do a simple graduated necklace and it's going to look stunning because the stone itself is stunning.
Yeah.
There is nothing wrong with just doing simple jewellery because
Keeping
people
things
love
simple.
that.
I agree. I totally agree with you. Now, I'm going to bring in the should be price. You're getting 3 strands here. That's an affordable price point, and I don't like making comparisons to sort of, certainly not plastic synthetics because they're not gemstones. They're not gemstones, and they're certainly not rare. And they're certainly not as beautiful. But you could potentially pay £12.95 for synthetic beads in certain retailers. Again, that shall remain nameless. But this is your should-be price. You're getting a Challenge Sammy price. £3 per strand.
I've paid £8.95 for 1 strand before of tiger's eye because it is really desirable and it's very beautiful.
It's very expensive.
And when I got it, it wasn't as beautifully polished as these, so yes.
We've got a question from Leanne. Hello to you, Leanne, in Devon. And she says, afternoon, ladies. What colour wire is best with red tiger's eye? Ooh.
Silver or gold, I would think.
Yeah, I would say.
You could put any colour with it, really, because it's a beautiful neutral colour. Though it says it's red, it's more kind of, it's that gorgeous, deep, like
I would say
browny
gold.
red. Yes. But gold will look absolutely amazing with it.
Really decadent.
But you could also tone it down with silver.
Yes.
So it depends which look you want to go for, whether you want to go for the real richness of the gold or whether you want the more subtlety of the silver. It's going to look good with either.
Opulence, I think it would be. It would be very opulent if you had it with gold. And quite right, Sammy was saying, if you want to sort of tone it down, maybe something a little bit more everyday, maybe your sort of silver colour. Either way, it's a very expensive gemstone in many countries around the world. Like I said earlier, it's certainly up there with in terms of its prestige and it's quite iconic in terms of history of this gemstone. Right up there with diamonds and gold. Lots of you still getting involved, and you are getting the 3 strands here, the 4mm, the 6mm and the 8mm strand. So great to have in your bundle, isn't it? I mean, you don't have to put everything in one piece either, do you? No. So we can get quite complacent, I guess, in a sense, thinking that this is a bundle, but it's not just going to make one piece. How many do you think you could create out of this? I mean, I know that's how long is a piece of string, because you could maybe create something which is really gem heavy.
Yeah, or you could just put one on it, because then, you know, in a pair of earrings, so you could create, I don't know, loads is the answer, to be honest.
Loads and loads and loads and loads and loads. Amazing. And like I said, rare to actually see the red tiger's eye, because ordinarily I see the sort of golden colour. So absolutely amazing at £8.95. Leave that with you and we'll see what Sammy creates a little bit later on in the show, of course. Shall we do our first designer inspiration? Yes. Shall we have a little wander over? Oh, we stay here. See, properly rusty. All of this is coming away. Now, what were my words to you when you showed me this earlier today? It went along the lines of, wow, that's a beautiful combination. There we go. There we go. He listens to me. He really does. A beautiful combination, and there's an awful lot. Now, I'm going to leave the gemstones till the end. This is Into the Flames, and I love the name of this kit as well. Oh, sorry, this kit is beautiful. Into the Flames. Now, we're starting off with German style wire. Now, this is new to me. This is new to me, so you're going to have to explain. We've got different gauges. I've got a 20, 21 and 22 gauge. You're getting all three. It's half round, so what you're actually getting is a half crescent, basically, in the wire. It is non-tarnishable, but Sammy, what are these? These are brand new. Like I said, I've not been to Jewellery Maker for a while, so educate me. What do we do with these? And anybody else at home who doesn't know what to do with this, you can see the actual shape of the wire at the top there. Can you see? That's the actual shape of the wire. So ordinarily our wire would be spherical. It would be round, but this is a bit different. So what would we do with these then, Sammy?
It's very good for like banding wires together. So, for instance, if you're using square wire, it's what you use to hold it flat, but it also works equally as well with round wire to do the same job, because what you do is the flat side of the wire sits snugly against the wires you're trying to hold together in a band, and then the round gives that beautiful kind of look to it. It just looks really good, and well, that's basically it. Right. I think it's really good for doing that sort of thing with. You can use it on its own, but I prefer to use it alongside a round or a square wire.
Amazing. Okay, so would you say these are sort of must-haves for any aspiring or existing wire worker?
I think when you see what we're going to do to set a cab today, using the half round makes this really easy, and you're going to see it's quite an easy way to set a cabochon. So I would say it's great for beginners as well.
Amazing.
As more experienced people.
Well, that sounds good to me, because like I said, I am useless at wire work, absolutely useless. So okay, we are of course going to be cabochon setting. I'll show you the cabochon in a moment, but first let's bring you some of our gold wire. It always sells out. I know this is like gold dust here at Jewellery Maker. We have got they're both 10-metre lengths, and there's a 0.4 gauge and a 1mm gauge, so you've got the density with your 1mm, and I guess sort of with your 4mm wire you'd use maybe for your weaving.
Yes, 4mm is definitely for weaving. 1mm is definitely your more structural
for your
work.
structure. For your structure, amazing. So you're also getting those too. Let me pop those along with your half gauge, and let's move on to the gemstones, because this is, like I said, a beautiful combination. Now, every lady deserves pearls, and particularly the one strand. They've got that Tahitian colour, so they're not Tahitian pearls, but they have got that Tahitian colour, which is wonderfully inky. You get sort of flashes of blues, wonderful depth, or sort of deep and sumptuous purples. They are sizable as well. Ultimately, when it comes to sort of valuing your pearls, it's all about the shape, it's all about the size of them, because depending on the water temperature, A pearl will grow approximately 1 millimetre per year. Also, the nacre surface, how smooth that nacre surface is, and the orient, which is also the reflection. So there's various different degrees of value in your pearls, but I absolutely love those sort of dark black colours. They're not black though, are they? They are more that sort of inky colour that you would expect with a Tahitian, and then lifted by those beautiful, beautiful white pearls. So you're there, look at that, iridescence gliding across each of those gemstones. So that, I mean, there's 2 pieces of jewellery straight away. And if you do watch your afternoon telly at all, which sometimes I do, there's a programme which I was watching the other day called Secret Dealers, where you have these antique dealers going into around people's homes, basically, who are trying to make a little bit, raise a bit of money, and they put offers on various different things, and they put offers on a pearl necklace, an antique pearl necklace, hundreds of pounds. Hundreds of pounds. The price of pearls is skyrocketing, absolutely skyrocketing. Now, look at this though. Did you get to choose these, Sammy?
No, I didn't, but I was over the moon when they arrived.
No.
I was just like, whoa!
Look at this. Look at this. You are looking at a huge, huge cabochon of wonderful, artistic quartz. So, wonderful intricate designs. You can see almost transparency, you can see sort of a polished detailing, you've got texture there. It's dense, and I'll hold it like so you can actually see the actual size. I've got a torch on my desk actually. Let's shed a bit of light on the situation, shall we? Okay, try not to blind you. There we go. Try not to blind you so you can actually see the actual colours. There we go. You can actually see the colours coming all the way through this beautiful gemstone. So that's the wonder of gemstones, is that you will have sort of those deep parts. It's totally and utterly natural. This is not assembled as you might expect. For example, there's sort of gemstones which are assembled. Turquoise is often assembled. Mojave gemstones often are actually assembled. This is totally and utterly natural, and it's certainly one of the biggest cabochons that I've seen in ages. What does it measure? Let's have a look. 140 carats in total, so it's a huge solitaire. The shape is, there are sorted shapes, which, so you will have, it's the carat weight that we're guaranteeing. So you might get a pair, you might get maybe a square cut, I don't know, whichever it might be. So if you multi-buy, chances are you might get a couple of different, cabochons. All will be totally natural, all will be that carat weight. Now, so bear in mind, just to recap, we've got those 2 spools of round wire, then we've got the 3 spools of your half wire, and you've got those 2 strands of your pearls, all included. This is your designer inspiration, and just you wait till you see what Sammy has created with these wonderful pieces. Honestly, it's going to blow you away. I'm going to show you what we should be at altogether, individually, if you were to buy everything that's included in this kit, £43 and 10 pence. I mean, the reality is, for the pearls alone, that price point, every bone in my body tells me that's already an amazing deal just for the pearls. But it is your designer inspiration. It's the first of the afternoon. And it's not just a small price drop, by the way, folks, it's a significant price drop. I can remember once upon a time, and I started my presenting here at Jewellery Maker, when strands of pearls would be around sort of that sort of price point. I genuinely, I think our quality is getting better. It's always been good, but I think our quality is getting better, and our prices are becoming more affordable. I mean, Sammy, would you agree with that? I said that, I think, almost every time that I've been on Jewellery Maker.
I think so, definitely.
The size of these pearls.
The size of the pearls and the shape of them, they're not your incredibly baroque, really ridged pearls. They're really quite smooth, they're lovely. I absolutely adored them. And I'm just going to show you in a minute how many I've got left, because I didn't use many in the design. So if you're going to do what I did, then I'd just knot the other strand and sell them on their own, which is exactly what I would do if I had it, for myself.
And you've got lots left over as well.
That is what I have left.
Let's go and have a little look. So I'm excited to show you this, to be truthful, because they are amazing. And it's always a real treat for me to come back to Jewellery Maker. It really is. The crew are lovely. They're always upstairs with a cup of tea. Always upstairs, and there's always cake.
Oh, I missed the cake.
No, I didn't see any cake. I say always, there wasn't cake. they were probably hiding it because they know that I would eat it. But look at this. This is magnificent. It really, really is. And I hope you're going to put this in some magazine. I really hope you are. Because what an amazing creation this is. I love those bibs that sort of, would you call them the bibs, the ones that go across the actual décolletage? Yeah. So this is a real, it's a work of art, quite literally. And I hope I'm not embarrassing you, but it is amazing. Now you've got within this obviously that huge canvas, and you see here Sammy actually had the pear cut, didn't you?
I did. I had one of each because I get to, you know, I have 2 kits, so I have one to prep with and one to make up, and I absolutely fell in love with that stone. It's just amazing.
Now, do you want to show your wonderful feature?
Yes, if you like.
I think you need to show this off. So let me just move this over a little bit, because I saw Sammy, when Sammy was showing myself and the crew what you'd made. This is not just one piece of jewellery. It's not, is it, Sammy?
No, it's not, because I thought not everybody, I mean, that's quite an evening wear piece, isn't it?
Yes.
It's very much a statement. Little black dress and then just that.
Just that.
And that's what you do on a night out, but not everybody wants to do that. So I thought I'd make it so that you could just have it as a standalone pendant.
So, how do we demonstrate
We take it
what else happens?
Take it off gently.
Because it's not just one piece of jewellery, this.
Shall I just move these?
Let me move those out of the way. I'll show you that in a second. Samuel's demonstrating how many pearls are left. I mean, that's a pearl necklace right there. There's another pearl necklace right there.
So basically, there's a little clip here, and there are 2 clips that I have made on the back. So what you would do is you gently turn it and then pop it off, like so. She says, I made the clips quite firm so that it would sit. And then you have a standalone pendant as well. But I think that beautifully shows off the stone.
It really does.
So if you are not a very flamboyant, or you're not having a very flamboyant evening, then you would just go with something like that. But again, simply, you know, a little black dress, one of those.
On a long chain, that would look amazing.
And to be fair, with a stone like this, all the design work has been done for me.
And you could wear that like that.
You could do. You could do. I think it looks nicer with the stone on it.
It does look nicer with the stone, obviously.
The reason that I left this kind of empty was because I wanted to have plenty of room to turn the stone, so you're not knocking against any other stones whilst you're turning it, trying to get it out.
Yeah.
So you just put it back in. You just
twist it.
Put it on and twist.
It's really, really a talent, Sammy, because jewellers such as Piaget, such as Chopard, have been incorporating movement within their pieces for many years, and certainly on our sister channels I've actually sold pieces which are interchangeable, so you could wear it one way, one the other, but it's actual engineering that you've actually done there. So I really want to, if you're not going to, but I'll give you credit for it, because that's amazing. And I know Deborah's just sent a messaging in saying beautiful designs as always as well, Sammy. So let's also show you these other 2 pieces that we have, because we're demonstrating these a bit later though, aren't we?
Well, it's all basically the same design. I haven't done the clips on the back of those because we're going to learn how to set the stone in that fashion. I'm going to show you how to do it with the clip on the back. If you choose not to use the clip bit, you can just do something like that with those. They are absolutely stunning stones as well.
But they're coming up, we'll do those a little bit later on. But there's all the pearls that you were going to show, Sammy, that you had left over. So, two pearl necklaces left straight away?
Well, yeah, there's obviously a full black pearl necklace there. I haven't laid those out. I would think you've got pretty much a full necklace there. You've certainly got a couple of bracelets.
Amazing.
Because obviously I didn't go very gem heavy, because to me it's really all about that stone.
Yeah, I agree.
That stone is amazing. So I do sell necklaces like this, simply knotted with sterling silver for £50.
Yeah, totally.
And they sell
and then some.
Yeah.
So I've come from the jewellery industry, and a pearl necklace, hundreds of pounds, if not thousands sometimes. So what are you going to show us firstly?
Well, we're going to learn how to set, and I did check. You can do exactly that thing, that design with a round shape
thing.
as well as a pear,
Yeah.
it does still twist and come off, and I thought I'd better actually check that, because otherwise you're going to make this and then you think, oh, I've got a round and it's going to fall off. So not the case, it's fine.
You checked it.
I did.
Gosh,
check
you are
it.
good, aren't you?
I did. I know.
So we
Thank
start
you.
with.
We start with your 1 mil wire, which is going to be your frame. So you want to make sure that you're measuring it. So I put that in the middle. So you've got plenty of left over at the top. So, and then you want 4 pieces. So you're going to cut 4 pieces
Right.
off. So measure your first one, and then you cut 4 pieces off to the same sort of length. Throw them on the floor as well. That also works really,
There you
really
go.
well. We always So we're just going to keep going.
If you keep pinging them around the studio, don't worry, I'll get them.
Oh, I know.
Keeps me
Bit
fit.
like that. Does it?
Keeps me fit.
Like you need to be kept fit. She's beautiful, this lady, isn't she?
She saw me eating a really unhealthy lunch earlier
I
on.
did. I was like, how on earth do you do that?
Really unhealthy.
Looks so amazing.
Oh.
Very jealous.
Stop it. You're fabulous there. Right.
Okay, so we're getting 4 off.
Hang on, I'm starting to see where you go with
Yes,
this.
and you can see it's not too. She want them all quite long, and obviously with it being the gold-plated copper, you're not really worried if you have a bit too much. I always say it's best to have too much than too little. So what you want to do is more or less in the middle of your 4 bits of wire, you're going to then do your first bit of banding. So we're just going to pick up using the thicker of the gauges of your.
Is that the half?
The half round.
Half round wire. Okay,
There you go.
brilliant.
So I think it's the 20 gauge or the 21 gauge, whichever was the thickest out of them. I can't remember. I'm terrible, honestly. So you can see I have cut about 8 centimetres off there, possibly a little bit less. That is far too much, but it's nice to have something decent to hang on to when you're making this. It really is. No, because you like to pull it quite firmly, so it's always nice to have something to hang
No,
on.
I agree. It's
So-
better to have something to hold on to.
It is. So I'm just going to put them in my banding pliers like that, and I'm making a little like a, what shape is that? It's a U shape, isn't it?
Yes.
There we go. That was technical. It's going to
We
be
know
like
what you
that
mean.
today,
We know what you
I'm
mean,
afraid.
though.
Yes. So what we're going to do is we're going to hold these all next to each other quite firmly, and then you're just going to slip that wire over the top, and it sits nicely in that little groove that you
does.
just made. And then really firmly, you probably can't, really firmly ping it onto the floor again.
Where'd it go?
I don't know.
Hang on, where'd it go? No, you stay there. I'll find it.
I'll cut another one off. It's probably
Yeah, probably because it's gone. It shooed away.
Gone. It's gone.
Shooed
That's
away.
'cause I was
That's
trying
why
to
you
show
need something to hold on to, isn't it?
It is.
That's why you do.
Desperately trying to show you how I was holding the tail at the back. But of course that means you let go, which is the reason why you hold on to it so tightly. So there you go. It's a lesson in action right there.
The pliers that you were just using,
Yep.
we've got those, by the way.
Okay.
So if you do want to get them, we'll where are they? Are they?
They're there.
Oh, there they are. There are they. We'll bring them onto your screen whilst you're. These are wire banding pliers.
Yeah.
Oh, now again, these are quite. Just show them to you quickly, because obviously Sammy's going to be demonstrating. There we go. They kind of look a little bit like a like a hammer-nose shark.
They do, but they're really good because they've got these little grooves here in the sides, and that's what makes your wire go to the right shape, so it fits snugly around the wire you want to band.
Okay.
So
Amazing.
they're
So
really,
if you want to
really
add these
useful.
to your order, very useful, Sammy, and you're demonstrating them as we go. Let's
Yep.
introduce your price point for you, so you can actually add these as well. $15.95, and assuming once you've got one pair,
That's it. They do you.
they do. You don't need to. You know, if you look after our tools, they are very, very durable, aren't they?
They really, really are.
So yeah, wonderful. Get hold of these if you want to. Any wire workers out there, I'd imagine these are must-haves.
They pretty much are. I mean, it is possible to do it without them, but it's really fiddly, and it's so much easier if you just go like, you know, you just push them. You've got that shape made there. It fits perfectly. Job done. It really makes your life a lot easier. because the German wire, the banding wire, is really quite firm. So you need to be quite firm with it.
Okay, right, back to your wonderful creation.
So yes, I'm just pulling the wire quite firmly around. You can see I just popped
How
the
neat
little
do you
bit
do
over
that?
there. It's automatically quite neat.
Is
So
that
I'm
because it
pulling
is
quite
that
firmly.
half round?
It is, and because it sits
Sits
really
beautifully flush,
really,
doesn't
really
it?
beautifully against it, and you're seeing the back there. If I turn it over, you can see the front. And it's really, but you'll notice that this one is slightly higher because it's the one I started. You might not notice, but
No, I can't notice.
It's the first thing I notice. So if that happens and I'm not happy with it, I hold on to the others really firmly behind and I pull that one back, and then I'll just trim off behind here.
Gosh, it's so neat, Sammy.
It does. I'm sorry if I hit the cameraman, by the way. It's automatically quite neat. So what I will then do is squidge really, really firmly, and I'll squidge it with either my nylon pliers or I'll use my needle nose pliers.
Amazing. So what were they that you just used?
They were my nylon jaw pliers.
Nylon jaw pliers to make it all go flush.
Yeah, it's nice because you can just firm it up
Yeah.
a bit. You don't really need it too much. It sits there quite nicely. But I will spend hours fiddling around because if I'm not happy with that one sticks out a little bit more. I could do a whole DI on me trying to just get something exact, but it wouldn't be very interesting.
No, but I know what you mean. But it's
detail.
attention to detail, and like I said, I was pretty much the laughing stock of Jewellery Maker with my wire work creation, and
But
there
you
was
shouldn't
no
laugh
attention.
when you were just starting.
Well, it's all right. I'm quite comfortable with
It's
laughing
not
at
fair,
myself.
is it? Just, you know.
It was
when you're just-
hilarious.
Was it? Was it
Yeah,
really good?
it was hilarious.
Right, so
Anyway.
what we're going to do now is you're going to gently start forming this around here. So you kind of get the idea of where it wants to go up, and I'm using my hands as much as using the stone. Quite often when I'm at home, I'll pick it up and I'll work with it quite close to my chest, but obviously I can't do that here. So I'm just going to form it around the stone, and then I'll decide where I want to do the side bits.
Yes.
So what you're going to band just below the halfway point, because just after the halfway point is where you're going to do your first clip. So if you've got a pen at home, what you would do, if you find it easier to actually take it all the way up and then bend this wire back so it's not interfering, then obviously do that, because that can make your life a lot easier, rather than having bits everywhere that tangle up to each other. So, but we're just going to do this. Make a little pen mark each side, measure it if you feel more comfortable to measure it.
So you're making those little clips at the side.
At the moment, we're just going to do this banding, and you
You're
have
just
to make
following the
sure
shape.
it's going to be exactly the same point on both sides. So that's why I'd say measure and then make a little mark.
Okay.
And I've decided I want to go about here. I'm not going to measure because obviously it's just going to take a lot of time, and there really isn't any point because I've already done a stage where I've done that bit.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to take it as read at home that you're going to measure and get it in the right place. So I may well get it quite waffly here now. So usually what happens is you do it
yes, for
perfectly
speed
at home.
purposes.
Yes, for speed
Obviously, 'cause
purposes. I'm not measuring, but you really ought to. If
Normally
get it
you
right.
will,
So
obviously.
there you go. Banding pliers again just makes that bit really, really easy. I'm going to go by eye about where I thought I was going to do it. And I'm just pulling that on really firmly, holding the tail, and it wants to ping again. So I'm just going to pull that quite tight. And again, I'm not overly worried about the first one. If the first one's not straight, like I showed you before, just wind that back once you've got the next one's nice and level. Be careful, because you're not using square wire, not to pull it incredibly tight because it all bunch up.
Oh, it all bunched together, yeah.
So just pull it quite firmly. If you find it easier to pull it once round, then squidge with your nylon jaw pliers to get them to sit side by side nicely, then do that, because that can help as well. I know people ask me about the best way to do the banding. You'll find that the best way is whatever works for you. There is no, and that's true of an awful lot of jewellery making. So I'm actually going to squidge it nice and firmly, and there's a little bit bunched up, but once you squidge, you can see it all
They
just
actually
falls
push together.
into line.
Yeah.
So that works quite well. Again, I'm not overly worried about that one not being right, because I'll just pull that one back and I'm still left with 4
Yeah.
bands looking quite neat there. So again, I'll trim that off And it does, you watch yourself over there. I know it's going to the side this time.
My eye. Not really, not really.
If you've had an accident, it wasn't your fault. I'll be in trouble.
No, you'll
So
be
I
all,
do one
you'll be
exactly
all right.
on the other side as well, but I don't need to show you that because you know that. So I'm turning it over, and I don't know why, because the top was the same as the bottom. So what you want to do now is make the first of your clips. Now this really isn't as difficult as all that, and that once I say that, you know it's going to go horribly wrong. So what
It looks very difficult.
I know, but it looks harder.
Because
than
you've
it
taken
is.
one of the wires from those the 4 that you've just wrapped and created a sort of hook and eye.
Just a hook, just a hook.
little
The
hook,
eye
yeah.
is the big bit that we do at the back afterwards.
Amazing.
So what we're going to do is just hold this on your wrap, nice and firmly. So if I move my finger, you can see I've just got it straight on the wrap, and I'm just going to, with my finger, push that at almost a 90-degree angle up here. And what you want to do is about 1 centimetre. You can go a little bit longer if you find it easier. In fact, that's about 1.5 centimetres, so we'll do that. I'm going to bend that back over, and I'm going to squeeze it with my nylon pliers so it sits nice, and it won't want to turn, so you just turn it back. You're in charge, not the wire, remember.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, I get bossy with it, I'm terrible.
Yeah,
But that's fine, because it wants to do that and I don't want it to. And it's also because of the angle I'm doing this at. Because normally we work right up in front of our faces. So when you're leaning forward and doing it, it can be quite difficult. So when you've got it to where you want it, and you want to make that sure that that's sitting at 90 degrees, you're going to then bend that so it's sitting again flush. If you feel you prefer to have another band on this side, you can do that. I didn't. So
as a sort of double
as a
link.
as a double band, just to, if you find that easier in terms of keeping your wires together, then do it. There is no right way and wrong way, really.
That
Once
makes
you've
sense.
got this intact. Now you can use your round nose pliers, or you can use your baling pliers for this bit. What we want to do is firstly take the very end of your little squidged loopy thing. I'm trying to see if we can get it there, and I'm actually going to turn it in towards what would be the back of the stone, because we're working on the back of the piece, so we're going to go the other way. Okay, you might be cantering in towards the table. Okay, you're just making a little bit, and if you want to then squidge that as well, then do. Just get your pliers in there and just get that in nice and tight. That's just your decorative end, basically.
Okay.
And what you now do is pretty close to where you did the end of that loop. So if you find it easier, just push your round nose pliers all the way up.
So it's flush.
So it's, and then that makes the automatic the same point where you're going to turn it over. And it does take a little bit of force to do that. So just keep turning.
It's got a little swan neck to it.
And you have a little swan neck clip that looks quite pretty. I've left this one at the moment, it's quite open. As you can see, there's quite a gap there.
Yeah.
That's fine. Once you've got it on place, you can squidge it, but be careful not to get it too tight, otherwise you won't get the 1 mil in and out.
Yes, yes.
Don't worry about that at this point. Once you've got both done, then you can have a bit of a play.
Fine-tune it a bit later on.
Yeah, you can have a bit of a play, and you can see, I want the 1 mil to be able to go in there. I don't want it to be able to slip out very easily, so you can just kind of squidge it a little bit more, but you don't want it to be the point, you see, that will pull against it, but I can get it through.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be any tighter than that,
No.
otherwise you're going to distort your frame every time you try and get your necklace in and out. And then you just repeat that on the other side.
Shall I hold that next to what you've done?
Yeah,
So there's
I
your
was just
little
gonna bring that in.
your swan necks there, and then you've done the same sort of wrapping process on
way
both
up.
sides and also at the top.
Yeah.
And also at the top there. So if I turned it like so, you've kind of got a sort of a fish sort of shape.
Yeah, you do. That's quite. You see, you say you're not creative, and you're coming up with a fish there. That's
just
good.
Yeah.
So that's what you do. You then would carry on checking it against your stone and just bending the wire around as you go. And again, marking, because what you want to do is do a 90-degree turn when you've got to the middle at the top. So That takes a little bit of faffing about, but not much.
Right.
And then just make a mark where you're going to do your banding, just each side. It can be real butting up against there if you want to, or you can leave it quite loose like this.
Okay.
And then just do your other banding like we did before. So, and then you can see that it's sitting in there, but it's going to fall off because we haven't kept it in there yet. What we're going to do
Is this what you would call a cage then?
Yes, it is. It's just another way. It's like it's a faux bezel almost, isn't it? It's a cage. It's a very commonly used way to set cabochons. And when you've got a cabochon like this, which has so much drama in it, and it's so beautiful, well, you don't necessarily. I do a lot of netting around it, and that would look like kind of laced around the edges.
Yeah,
but I
amazing.
think when you've got the gorgeous structural lines to this, it's much nicer to have like a nice kind of gold frame to it rather than the whole lacy netting.
Like a work of art, if you like, framed
if you like.
itself. Yeah,
I
agree. And funny you should say that. The sort of your antique style jewellery, you know, your 1920s where you've got sort of ornate framing, etc. Where you've got, or you might, cameos used to see. They're very fashionable again now. But the actual design, the actual sort of setting that they're in, are always kept quite simple, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's all about the gemstone or the cameo, as the case might be, are all really back in fashion now. The sort of reunite and rejuvenation. If you go through all the glossy magazines, it's all about those sort of vintage designs, isn't it?
Yeah, although to be honest, I don't really bother about what's in fashion. I just do what I like.
That's totally right, Sammy, totally right. Whatever, dress for yourself, dress for yourself, buy what you like. I totally agree.
Something like that is just stunning. I don't think that wouldn't appeal to. Yeah, I don't think it would not appeal to many people because it is so beautiful. And you can see, I think, like in this one, it looks like almost like there are cracks, and it's not as really smooth, but it looks like you can always see where the ground was fractured.
Yeah, totally.
You know, the geological story going on in that one is just stunning. Anyway, so we've now squished, we've now made our 90-degree turns in the top. Flattened both the wires nicely together with our fingers, just doing that so that they'll sit together like that. Now I have just used my banding pliers again, and I'm using the thicker gauge. It is entirely up to you which gauge of the 3 German wires you use. It is purely an aesthetic thing.
Okay.
So if you prefer to have a less structural look to it, you know, you would use a smaller one.
A lovely way with words as well, Sammy.
Oh, thank you. I do
She uses
try.
some really lovely words.
So here I'm just going to try and band them together, holding them steady. That's the key. Holding all of it steady whilst you're. There we go.
There we go. You're rocking and rolling now.
Once you get the first bit around, you can sort of jig it about a bit and get it to where you want, and then pull it firm. And again, I'll just, even if I get the first couple not how I like it, I'll then undo them.
Yeah.
I'll just keep going till I've got 4 or 5 how I want them, and then I'll undo the ones I don't want.
Yeah.
And just trim it off. And that's basically how you get a really neat finish doing it. So I think don't worry if your first 1 or first 2 are not quite how you want them. It is a little bit harder when you're banding around 3 or 4, well, 8 wires here. But so what I'm going to do now is turn it on its side again and get my pliers and give it a squish. Gently, not really hard, but you can see it brings it all nicely into line. It was looking a little bit oval, but once you get those pliers in there,
you've got
it's
it more
just
rectangular
and if you
again.
push too hard, then it's going to do that and all fan out at the end, which is fine. So we can just push them back together. So there you go, and just trim those off. Obviously, when you're trimming these off, because it's not on the inside of the band, these are going to be visible. So what you would do is just trim it quite close and just be quite neat about it. That's all. So you're not going to be able to hide that, obviously, because it's right at the side. But you will hide it with the end of the. Oh, I'm trying to say the ends of the wires. There we go. I got there in the end.
That's right, we'll get there in the end. We all knew what you meant, though.
That's good.
We kind of did know. We knew what you meant. I was looking for that. What words are we looking for?
Right. So what we're going to do is some people do the front first, which can be easier because that way you're not going to mark the stone. I'm going to do the back first because I like to make my life difficult. So what I'm going to do is carefully get my, I love these are the Zora needle nose pliers if you were lucky enough to get them, but just use your chain nose if you weren't.
Out of stock on those, I'm being informed at the moment.
They're on order again, so we will
they
get
are
some
on order,
more
yes.
They are absolutely wonderful. So I'm just getting the top wire, I'll move that forward, just getting the top wire and using the guide is the edge of my pliers, so it will be the same when I do it on each. So I'm holding the edge of my pliers right next to the end of the wrap, and I am just gently turning, and I'm making, and if I hold it up, just try and turn it up. I'll bring it back into shot, don't worry. Oh, there you go. You see I've just made a little
you've just made a slight bezel.
Yes, you've just made a little bit there, and that where the stone will rest against.
Amazing.
So what I do is, again, using my Zora pliers, or which are your chain nose pliers, I'm just going to gently, just the top one, having it butted up nice and carefully against the banding, just twist, and you'll make one, and try and make sure they're equal. I think we've done all right there.
Incredible.
It's quite subtle, isn't it?
It is.
You can do it halfway up as well if you like. You might not need to. I don't know if I did on that one or not. I think I did.
Shall I bring it over for you?
Yes, please. Yes, I did do it on that one. So halfway up, you would just do exactly the same thing. You're just going to gently turn.
Let's pop that in the bus so you can actually
Don't
see
need to
that.
bother where you've got the clips because they'll work in the same way. You're just making a little frame for the stones to sit on. And
So
again,
you're doing this bit now, Sammy, aren't you? This.
I'm just going to do that bit now, yes. And
There we
again,
go.
it's exact, but this is the back. We're doing the back. So I'm just again at the top, a little bit of a twist, and it's, you see, it's quite a quick way to set a stone. And then you're going to turn it over, and your stone should, touch wood, just fit in there without falling out. And you might have to pull it to fit it around the frame, and that's in there really quite
Wow.
securely. So now obviously you don't want it to pop out the front, so you're going to do exactly the same thing.
On
and
the
this
front.
is where it is really, really, really important to make sure that you've got your banding in the same place. Because if you haven't, these are going to be wonky.
Ah, they're going to be, yes, I see what you mean.
Yeah.
These parts are going to be different.
Yes, so you'd ideally not want that. So I'm just going to do the same thing on the top. Now be careful when you're doing it on the top, because you don't want to scratch your stone.
Right.
And that's why some people find it easier to start with the top. But I wanted to show you the bottom because I wanted to show you how we did it around the clips. Is probably the easiest way to say it. Now if I have trouble getting my pliers in, what I do is I slide my nail and I push that wire up with my nail a little bit. Then I'll get the edge of my pliers in and I'll move that down, and I'm just gently wiggling, but very carefully so I don't scratch the stone, and then I'll twist.
Look at that.
And then it's just beginning to, and you just play about till you've got them properly
That
even.
looks so beautiful just by there though as well. At the
It
bottom.
does.
It
It
really,
all looks
really
really
lovely.
and it's not it's not like one of your more advanced techniques.
That's what I was talking about. Look how lovely
Squish
that
it down.
looks.
That looks really nice. And then we're just going to do the sides as well, because it adds a little bit more security, and then we'll be done. So
Do you want me to turn that round?
no, it's fine, it's fine. So, and I did this with all of the other cabochons as well.
Right.
So that's
So
what
yes, we've got some more cabochons coming up as well a bit later on in the show. So if you are looking to maybe make an entire collection in this same method, how amazing would that be? Maybe
It'd be
as a sort of showcase.
It would be really,
stand.
really, really lovely. And the gold wire in this kit just goes perfectly with those other cabochons as well. So I think it's just the perfect, like, opulent frame for this gorgeous colour of these stones. You see, I'm not really having to take too much time to do this.
And we were asked earlier on with the red tiger's eye,
Yeah.
what colours go with the red tiger's eye, what you actually thought. Well, thinking about that, because it's similar colours that you're seeing with this actual design into the flames,
Yeah.
I think, you know, you're really seeing the fact that that red goes wonderfully with the actual gold. So
Yeah.
same as the tiger's eye, which is coming up as Sammy's challenge. So you can actually see what similar, if you like, in terms of the colour, the effect that you would actually get with that.
Yeah.
Look at that, Sammy. That's amazing.
So to make the bail, we obviously got quite a lot of wires at the top. There are various different ways. I'm just spreading them apart there. There are various different ways, but obviously you want one of them is going to have to come out, and I'm going to bring it round. One of them is going to have a clip on it, because you can do it on both sides if you choose to have a clip on both sides. Because obviously if you just clipped that on like it was, what's going to happen is it's going to lean forward. So you have a little clip on the back of here as well, and
Why would it lean forward?
Because of the weight of the stone is going to make it tip forward on your neck piece when it's just hanging there.
Right.
Because your clips are quite, you know, they're a little bit below the centre of gravity. So what happens, and it just adds you a little bit, it adds a little bit more security.
Say again, something I wouldn't even think about.
Is that what they said?
I wouldn't even think about that.
Oh. Well,
I
when
wouldn't.
you find that out as well when you're designing it.
As you, yeah.
Yeah, you're like, oh, okay. Well, now I have to put another clip on that.
Yeah.
It's kind of what happened, really.
I'd end up with a wonky pendant.
You wouldn't, because you'd think. But luckily, I hadn't finished the bail and everything else before, because I thought with the clips, I've got to make sure, made a little back, got to make sure that it isn't going to fall forward.
Yeah.
So had I completed the piece and then realised I had to put a clip on it, we'd have had to start again.
Yeah. Oh.
So luckily
you imagine?
I didn't. Yeah, it happens. It happens to all of us. So all I'm going to do is I have a nice long piece down here. I'm going to make sure that I got enough length to make. So you remember it was just about 1.5 centimetres, and you're just going to bend that back over again and do your little bit of squidging and make another clip.
I love that term.
Squidging. Well, it's nice to squidge, isn't it?
It is nice to squidge.
They don't want to squidge now, look. They just want to twist. That happens quite a lot. Don't just be just persevere, and then get angry. I find that occasionally saying words I can't say in front of the children actually makes it go quicker. Just occasionally. So
that means we can't say it on. We can't say it on.
We certainly couldn't do that. No, we couldn't be doing that.
It's a family show.
It is a family show. So again, you're going to make the end bit is always going to twist up the opposite way to where your clip, because obviously the clip is going to be behind. So you'll put your end bit.
Okay, so that's going away from the table,
and then this one is going towards the table to make the actual clip. And there you go. And there is just a little clip on there, and you'll hide that by making a little spiral. So we'll ping the end off that. I like doing that because I have to pick it all up at home, so I don't have to. I'm being mean. Sorry.
So what you do, you ping your stuffs around the studio because you haven't got to clear up after yourself. She's an unruly one, this one. Totally unruly.
I am. So I'm just literally making a little spiral to see. We all knew that anyway. We're not telling anything anybody didn't know. I'm a law unto myself.
I like that, Sammy.
So you can either have it next to it, or you could, if you wanted, twist it over once you've made it. I did make a bit of
Make it sort of three-dimensional.
No.
I see.
Hiding the clip a little bit.
Oh, I see what you mean.
See? So it's entirely up to you. And with the rest of them, obviously, if you want to do another clip the other side, do. You're going to want to bail. You can do like 2 or 3. It's up to you. So what you would just do is bend them over your finger. Like
so that's the bail?
That's the bail. I'm just bending 3 over my finger. You can bend them over together if you choose, if that makes it easier for you, and then just hold it with using your finger basically to make the hole as the bail. And I'm going to wrap that around, so I'll move this other one out of the way and wrap that around there for security. And then you can just either do like a little waterfall down the front, or make them into little spirals. And now I've got 3 wires left at this side, so do whatever you want to do with those. If you want to hide them behind the back, fine. You can make them into little spirals that hide around here. Because I've got 3, obviously this one I'm going to make into another clip and a spiral. I'll probably put one forward, so I have a spiral at the front, and then I'll pull one round, so I've got a spiral each side, and then I might hide some others at the back. Entirely up to you where you take that. You know, you don't have to finish it the way I did. It really is your choice.
Amazing.
It looks
It's taking form now.
I mean, that's it. So you're basically done. You're just making
making spirals now. Making this decorative feature.
Yes, but you're going to want to. I'm just going to trim them off actually, because we're going to make the back bit, aren't we? So if we just pretend I've done spirals with all that, and we try not to stab anybody with it.
Whilst you're doing the trimming, I'm just going to show you a bundle that we've also put together for this afternoon. Love this choice of colours. You've got beautiful sort of chartreuse greens and silver. Love this combination. So very sort of spring and summer they go perfectly together. Now you are getting 4 different gauges, all obviously your 10mm. Sorry, 2 different gauges, I beg your pardon, 0.4 and 1 mil rather. So you've got 0.4 in your chartreuse, 0.4 in your silver, 10 metres off, and then you've got 1mm chartreuse and 1mm sterling silver. Look at those for a colour combination. Now, so there's 40 metres of wire in total. Did I say sterling silver? I beg your pardon, it's silver coloured, not sterling silver. That's habit from being on the sister channel. So yeah, silver colour. It is obviously your copper wire. So everything that Sammy's been using, I mean, you could mix up the colours, couldn't you?
You could mix up the colours.
I imagine that green with that gemstone as well would really give it a sort of summery appearance.
It would. Or you could have one of the wires is a different colour, and then you just have a little accent that way. That would also look really quite nice.
Amazing. Yeah, like I said, it doesn't have to be just gold. Especially colour pop is really, really, really effective when it comes to your gemstones. Now, should be £16.80 for 40 metres of wire, should be. And again, one of the experiences I remember all too well here in the Jewellery Maker office was just how quickly our wire actually sold out. However, never mind should be. It's £10 only this evening.
Wow.
£10 for 40 spools. I mean, again, you multi-buy on opportunities like this, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Because they always run out. You have got the 2 gauges there, which probably are the most versatile.
Yes,
the
definitely.
1mm and the 4mm.
That's our they're our most used and most requested.
Because Sammy said earlier on in the show, the 1mm is great for structure, and the 4mm is great for your weaving. So you could maybe have done the wraparounds that you did on that pendant, maybe with your 4mm.
You could do it with the 4mm. It's better with the banded. It's
better with banded, but
it's definitely better with the half round.
Especially if you are new to wire work, you were suggesting it's a lot easier. But great little top up for your stash, of course. Great if you do want to sort of maybe create maybe some smaller cabochons. We've got some more cabochons coming up later on. We'll show you those a bit later on. Lots of you already getting involved. Hazel, Pauline, Karen, Essex, you're with me as well. Siobhan and Helen and Sue. Oh, look at that. Sammy, look at that.
It's pretty much done there, isn't it? All I've done is just made some little loops at the end. Obviously, if I was taking my time, I'd make sure that was identical to that one.
Beautiful.
Because I'm like that, but that's how it goes.
Do you know what I'm thinking? I mean, that on a long chain, maybe a 30-inch chain, even like in the winter when you maybe got your roll neck tops on.
Yeah. Yeah, that would be really good, wouldn't it?
Because it's such an impact piece.
It is. Now, for the back, for something to clip onto, you need to try and make a loop that is going to fit the width of the clips. So when you turn it round, the clips will sit in there nicely. When you turn it over, you're not going to see the top, and then you start building your frame from there if you choose to do so. So that's it, really.
So that's just how it clips in.
I mean, you can see basically that's one big piece of 1mm wire that I have just made a kind of loop, and I've decided to try and make it so that when it hangs down, that's as far as it's going to go, so I know where to put the bends in the top, so that they're hidden by the stone. And that is where I start weaving my actual bib from. So you would start with something like that, weave these 2 bits together, and then you plan out what you're going to do with the rest of the bib. Obviously that you can see on the pictures and everything what I did with the whole of my bib. You might choose to do an entirely different thing. You might want something that's not quite as big, but do make sure when you do it, you leave enough of an area that you can twist the piece without knocking any stones. So you don't want to fill in too much. So as you're building your frame, keep putting your piece on and turning it and making sure that you're not knocking anything off.
Yeah, that makes sense. So when you are taking it on and off, etc.,
yeah,
it's not going to be damaging any gemstones or stopping or preventing, because that is a huge point. Very few jewelers out there, well, jewellery makers as well, I'd imagine, you'd correct me if I'm wrong, have actually had interchangeable pieces.
No,
can make interchangeable pieces.
I mean, if you bought several of these and you wanted to have maybe a pair on one day, and you could have a different shape on that, so you could do it interchangeable between those.
Interchangeable gemstones as well.
You possibly could, yeah.
If we had the same sort of size cabochon.
If you have the same size cabochon, so you can use that technique on any kind of cabochon.
Yeah.
If it's a smaller one, and do just a smaller bib or whatever.
Yeah.
And then you could do interchangeable cabochons. Obviously, with this piece, it was because they are so big. Not everybody wants to do the whole big bib thing all the time, so you can take it off and just wear it.
Love it.
It's lovely. And the thing about having a cab that size is I like to play with my pens all the time, so I'm always doing this kind of thing. And they're great. They feel really nice, so you just want to rub them all the time.
It is a very tactile piece, isn't it? But look at that. I mean, what a statement. I mean, that actually is simple, on a simple chain. I mean, it's a thing of beauty.
And you see how well it actually looks really nice on somebody who is beautifully tall and slim. You wouldn't necessarily think that would be the case, because I normally associate bigger jewellery with a bigger lady, with a bigger décolletage.
I love big jewellery.
And a lot of people make that mistake thinking that that's the way, but beautifully, lovely, willowy, slender people look great with this.
No, I love big jewellery, statement jewellery. It's if you're not a wallflower, and I'm not one of those, then then yeah, definitely something like that is. I definitely lean towards that, Sammy. It's amazing, absolutely amazing. So, just to recap, folks, the wire bundle is still available, £9.95. You can get hold of that, and of course, you're Into the Flames. I love the name of that.
But that cabochon,
the cabochon is beautiful. And can I just point out, genuine gemstones of that size, 140 carats, and we're just paying £27. £27.95, but that's not just for that cabochon. No. You're also getting all of the sort of the 2 gauges of half round wire, the other gauges of round wire as well.
And the pearls, but
pearls.
To me, it would be definitely be making a pendant and then knotting the pearls.
Yeah, well, absolutely, because you've still got. As Sammy so rightly said, that's a full length of pearl, that's a pearl necklace right there, left over, and then of course you've got all of your round brilliant cuts. Sorry, round brilliant cuts. Your sort of white pearls there. I don't know where that came from. I did say earlier on I keep chucking random words into my sentences. So you get an awful lot with this wonderful bundle. Now we also have got. Look at those pieces that Sammy has created, just left of the pieces she's just demonstrated. Yeah. Again, similar techniques?
Exactly the same technique. I've just made a bit more of a waterfall out of the remaining wire. That's all I have done.
So, smaller cabochons. If you loved the Into the Flames and you wanted to do maybe a collection, or you wanted to have sort of different shapes, different designs. We were talking about that earlier on. If you do sell your jewellery, or thinking about gifting your jewellery, then you've got 6 cabochons coming your way, 240 carats of crazy lace agate. Crazy lace agate, by the way, it's a very uplifting gemstone. It's very positive. It's actually often referred to as the Mexican fiesta gemstone. Yes, it's all about fun, happiness, and singing and dancing. And when you actually look at each individual gemstone, you can actually see why their markings are just glorious. Totally and utterly natural. So I love it when gemstones actually show their formation. Their actual formation. So totally and utterly natural, and you're getting 6 individual cabochons, various different sizes, various different shapes. As you can see, you've got ovals here, and I've got almost I want to say a sort of triangular shaped one. It's not quite triangular, is it? It could also be a teardrop. shape.
No, it's kind of almost a kite. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's unique.
That's what it is.
It's an irregular drop. Yes, I think that's the best terminology. So you are getting all 6 in this opportunity. So when you get these, the carat weight will actually be consistent, guaranteed. The shapes will be slightly varied because obviously Mother Nature, they're as individual as you and I are, so slightly different in terms of their shape variations, but the carat weight will absolutely be the same. So GINV58 is your item code. Now, these are brand new to the actual screen. I've not seen Crazy Lace Agate in I don't know how long. And as soon as I did, I saw a Fiesta gemstone. You can see why it's zesty, it's alive, it's got a lot of activity going on within the gemstone. These are brand new to your screens, Jewellery Maker, so we are going to bring them to you at an introductory price. This is what it should be, and will be. However, first appearance, this is where, Sammy, you wish that you were at home. 6 cabochon pendants that you are getting there. Suggestions, how much would you sell one of these necklaces for?
Oh, those are about £30 each.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, that's really affordable. I thought you'd say more than that.
Because it's quite a quick way to set them. It's a really quick way to set them.
Really?
All my prices are based on the time involved.
Yeah, that's
so
good,
it's
and that's something that we
place.
really should.
So you can put those at that, and people are like, wow, that's, you know, it's a really good price for them. When they do go really well at that price, well, probably 29 just to
yeah, I was going to say, genuine shock when you said that, Sammy, because they're so intricate. You've got a huge gemstone in there as well. Genuinely, I would have thought you'd have said higher price point for that, but if it's working for you, and if it's working for you, and like you said, it's not too time evasive, I suppose.
Yeah.
Then fantastic. Well, I mean, you know, you're going to have repeat customers then.
I was going to say, we did pretty much the whole thing from start to finish, bar a little bit of shaping, in well under an hour here.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at something that is quite quick to do, obviously if you're netting around a capuchon, that's going to put your price up. If you're doing, you know, because these things take time. So if you're doing something that's quite an easy, quick thing to do, then you can actually charge less, and people are blown away by the beautiful stones themselves, because they are amazing.
Really, really are. I mean, that's just what, £4. Sorry, £4.16 per cabochon gemstone.
Yeah, and I sell it for £30.
And you sell it for £30, and
£1 worth of wire.
Yeah, exactly, £1 worth of wire. You know what your financial investment into your piece is minimal, and as you just said, rightly, Sam, the time invested is actually, you know, minimal.
Make one
really.
into a cocktail ring now, because they're so nice.
Maybe do some matching cocktail rings, because they would work as that, wouldn't they? These, especially this size.
Because there's so much detail within that stone, I'd want to look at it all the time, because it's nice to be able to make a pendant out of them, but it's also lovely to have it on your finger where you can look and just see something different in it every time you look at it.
It's the formation, isn't it? It's the wonderful formation. I just want to show you this. Can we maybe try and zoom in on the actual top of this? Look at that. It's almost like a Monet painting.
That's beautiful. It's almost fractal, isn't it? It's fabulous.
Wonderful. It's beautifully spherical. You've got swirls running around, and it's all totally and utterly natural. This is Mother Nature's artwork, of course. Just wanted to show you that, because look at that for intricacy. Like I said, it cannot be replicated by man, that. And that is properly zoomed in. I mean, from a distance, though, you can actually see the finer detailing. It's like wonderful etching. Every single one of these totally and utterly unique. And again, you can multi-buy. They are brand new. This is an introductory price point for you this afternoon. I'll leave that with you. We're going to cut to a very short break, and then we'll be back with you. Don't forget, I have got a brand new strand of kunzite coming your way. An amazing aquamarine strand coming your way. We have also got your challenge with your red jasper. So there is lots still to come, and your second designer inspiration. So lovely to be with you this afternoon. Don't go anywhere, because Sammy and I will be back after this.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
You can now watch clips from Jewellery Maker on our YouTube channel. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Famed for their openness of colour, our Hunan Peridot gemstones are sought after for their bright greens and graceful golden undertones. Brought to life by their dazzling brilliance, we are able to bring out the pure hues, the fire and the sheer brilliance of this gem. We only source raw crystals with the potential to show off all of these remarkable qualities. For a gem full of sparkling bright greens and glorious golden tones, look no further than our Chinese Hunan Peridot.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. Here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we are happy to announce that our studio store is now open. If you attend any of our courses, you can now browse through special items, get exclusive discounts and deals that you can't get at any other time. Become an exclusive customer at the studio store. For more information on available courses and dates, please contact our call centre. The new studio store. The experience just got better.
Parma clay I love because it will cross all ages and all mediums. You can tone it with lots of different colours to make all the shades that you desire. You can mix it with resins, you can mix it with all sorts of mediums, but not just jewellery. You can also do things like add it to your scrapbooking, your card making, and children will love it. It's a non-toxic medium, so perfect for all the family. It will just be an endless the amount of things you can make with it. I love it.
Welcome back everybody, lovely to be with you. My name's Eleanor and of course you're watching Jewellery Maker. Coming back to my roots, this is where it all began and it's always very lovely to spend some time with the Jewellery Maker crew and of course you guys at home. What fantastic designs did Sammy show you, and I tell you what a wonderfully talented lady she is, very innovative to actually, that's engineering at the same time as jewellery making. The fact that you were able to get 2 looks basically out of one piece, so I was bigging you up Sammy whilst you were just out of the studio, so because I know she's a very humble lady. Anyway, we're not done yet. We've got more incredible pieces to bring you. Another designer inspiration to actually show you with, by the way, 2mm gauge wire. Some amazing huge cabochons, and it's multiples of. Don't forget, I've got your kunzite coming up at the top of the hour. It's a brand new strand. It is totally and utterly natural. With kunzite, this is what we call an evening gemstone because it has the ability to absorb energy and light, a little bit like a solar lighting actually would, and continue to dazzle even under the most subtle of light sources. This soft, delicate pink, it just epitomises femininity. It is one of my favourite gemstones on the planet. Look at that, look at those glorious, delicate pinks. That's what you're looking for and it's coming your way. Now, I fully expect this to be a sellout opportunity. It's coming up in the last hour, along with, I've got magnificent sapphire, I've got incredible aquamarine. In fact, let me just quickly show you that aquamarine strand because it is out of this world. That's coming up in the next half hour, so not long to wait for this. In terms of aquamarine, what we look for is that beautiful summer sky blue. That's the colour that you were looking for with this gemstone, and you can certainly see you've got it there. That's coming up in the next half hour, so not long to wait for that. But onwards with the show. Shall I start with some pearls? Have you seen how spherical these are? They're perfect. Okay. Now, these have only ever been on, these are 5 to 6 millimetres, not 5 by 6, as in suggesting they're a little bit more oval. This is the size that you're seeing on your graphics. When it comes to valuing your pearls, similar to sort of all gemstones where you have the 4 C's, if you like, you haven't got the 4 C's, but you've got different factors. Size, so as you can see, and dependent on the water temperature, it does vary because this is what we call an organic gemstone. It's formed from a living organism. A pearl can grow approximately 1 millimetre per year. So that's the size. Then you want them to be as spherical as possible. So the more spherical, the more valued the pearl is. And again, you can see these are not 5 by 6 suggesting they're more oval. These are 5 to 6 millimetre rounds. Then you're looking at the orient. The orient is, if you like, the reflection, the actual reflection that the pearl actually gives you. And you can see the light actually gliding across every single one of these pearls. There it is. That's what we call the orient. Very high, very lustrous, and then also, last but not least, is the nacre surface. Now, that, if you like, is, imagine it as our skin. Imagine it as our skin. You want it to be as blemish-free as possible, don't you? Well, or not, whichever, but sort of blemish-free pearls will command a higher price point than obviously pearls which have maybe got some indentations, slightly irregular shapes. The price of pearls has absolutely skyrocketed over the past few years. I mean, it's a gemstone which has transcended throughout all generations. I mean, there's not, I don't think, a royal that's ever been pictured not wearing pearls. And of course, celebrities and certainly in my family's history, you look at pearls. My grandmother, my mother wears pearls, I've got pearls myself. It is a gemstone which will transcend through the generations, and it's probably one of the most timeless. When you want pearls, or when you're looking at pearls in terms of buying, it's those factors. It's the size, it's the roundness, it's the orient, and it's the nacre surface, and these are absolutely perfect. Do you know what? I would be inclined just simply, and this is one thing I can do, because I was actually taught it in a previous jewellers that I worked at, I would be just inclined to knot these, knot them individually, which is very classic to a pearl necklace, and maybe actually attach then a 925 sterling silver clasp. The simplicity of the design, again, it's hundreds of years. I've got, my mum's actually got pearls within her collection which is hundreds of years old, and I'm sure she's not alone in that. Would you agree with this, Sammy? With a pearl strand of this quality, just simply restrand it?
Yeah, just simply knot that. You could even, if you wanted to put some tiny little emerald or sapphire rondelles in between, a couple at the bottom, or a single tanzanite round, or the chrome dioxide that was on this morning, would look really, really lovely. Just one.
Just what? Yeah,
just
I
one.
think really it's because of the quality of this strand.
Yeah, they look beautiful just on their own, and I always judge it by if you can see yourself in them, then you know they're really good quality.
Yeah, totally.
And you can see how they're glowing there, and I just love how pearls pick up. They make your skin glow as well.
They really do.
They're just amazing.
It is one of the most complimentary and elegant of gemstones, I truly believe.
They are, and on my guest designer page, I've got, I'll put another link to it later. I link a step-by-step how to knot pearl guide.
Yeah, that's one technique I did learn many years ago. But let's bring in your price point, and we've actually put on our graphics that these are potato pearls, and I'm not going to question that, but I'm just saying these are very round potato pearls. Basically, they're not that sort of oval shape. £20 only. Again, restrand these. I'd even be inclined to maybe actually go and buy a gold. Go and actually buy a gold lobster clasp, such as the quality. I mean, like I said, the size, they're not too big. I might actually hold this up to the neckline for you. I know I probably haven't got the most appropriate dress to wear, but just so you can actually see, I'll hold it a little bit lower so you can actually see. I mean, look at that. The elegance of a pearl necklace, and at £20, I mean, there's plastics out there. Do you know, I was in the airport travelling back from India. I'm going to tell you a quick story here. Travelling back from India, and I went into one of the jewellers in the airport, by the way. In the airport, not our UK airport, this was actually over in India, and I went into a jeweller's, as I said, can't physically walk past a jeweller's, and I saw this very big, sort of twisted pearl necklace. First thing, to test pearls to see if they're actually genuine, you really need to get them on your teeth, rub it on your teeth, and if they've got a slightly sort of grainy sort of feel to them, it doesn't damage the pearls in any way, shape or form. If they feel slightly grainy, then they're genuine. If they're smooth, and you'll know straight away they're obviously plastic or synthetic. So I couldn't do that in the jewellers, could I? And I was looking at them going, no, they're too good. They are too good to actually be right, to be genuine at that price point. And I asked him, and do you know he actually tried to fob me off with, no, these are genuine. These are definitely genuine. I said, listen, you are talking to somebody that sells gemstones. They're genuine. And I actually did do that for the very first time in the jewellers. Actually put it on the teeth and then said, don't lie to me. It was really insulting, but it was hundreds of pounds, and they were plastic pearls. Hundreds of pounds. You know, it's, you know, with pearls, you want to make sure you are buying the genuine, the genuine deal, especially when you have the opportunity to, at a price like this.
That's a great price. That really is.
You know the sort of design I was talking about, Sammy, where you had multiple strands and they were just literally sort of cascaded around each other.
Yeah.
Love it, absolutely love it. I'll leave those last few with you. It's still available, but there are only a few, and I've got people multi-buying. Moving on the T-bar. These ones. Wow, this is a gemstone I've not seen before. It does look like labradorite. Okay, same family. They are from the same family, but I've not actually physically seen this gemstone in the flesh before. This is called lavakite. They're faceted rounds. When you look at labradorite, I think they've got sort of a sort of real mystery to them. A wonderful mystery to them, a darkness, if you like. And of course, it's a phenomena gemstone, so that you actually get what we call labrarescence. Now, this isn't labradorite, but you have got that same schiller across every single one of those gemstones. That's a tiny, tiny inclusions within, playing with the light and giving this a wonderful sort of reflective optical effect. Never seen lavakite previously before. I've heard of it, obviously, but I've never actually seen it in the flesh. Same family, the feldspar family, as your labradorite, and you can see the similarities in actual fact. There's a darkness to it. Imagine this with black spinel.
Definitely do. But again with gold, if you put it with gold.
Yeah, really striking, or even with the pearls.
Yes. Black and white.
Black and white always goes, always harmonious. Now you are getting 3 strands. You're getting an 8mm, a 6mm, and also the 4mm. It's not. It's if you want to go a little bit softer, maybe than sort of your black spinel. Black spinel I love with rose quartz.
It looks great with rose quartz.
Love it with rose quartz. Yeah, it does. Black spinel is very, very striking. It's very deep and dark. Obviously, it is the ultimate black gemstone. If you want to have a softer version, then lavakite is a great alternative for that. Now, let's bring in your Jewellery Maker opportunity price. Now, by the way, lavakite is in shops in Manhattan. There is a shop in Manhattan for lavakite. It is a gemstone which is not mainstream. It's not what we call a mainstream gemstone. So what I mean by that is you're not going to walk down your average sort of high street or your shopping centre and find lavakite as a gemstone, because it is what we would call an exotic gem. Its country of origin is Norway. And it is totally and utterly natural, like I say, and that's where it actually gets its name from. The town of Larvik, so that's where it's actually produced, or well, not produced, rather unearthed, I should say. That's where it actually, $8.95. This is a really unique gemstone. Do you know what I love selling? I love on our sister channels. I love bringing really individual gems, such as like your moldavite or something like that, something which is just you don't see very often. You know that you're going to be one of the very few jewelers or collectors that's actually going to have such a gemstone. Lavakite is similarly the same. Would you agree?
It's gorgeous and it's very popular when we have it on.
But how often do you have it on? Because I've never seen it.
Not very often. I don't think I've ever had it on a show with me, and I've been here a year, but I have seen it on. I do really like it. It's just gorgeous because it has like silvery tones.
Yeah, it does.
In it.
It does.
It's fabulous. I know my friend Sean absolutely loves it. So
it is really similar to labradorite in terms of its appearance.
It is.
But it's a little bit softer than labradorite, I think.
It's like little, it's kind of, for me, like you have like the little thunderstorm look to it.
That's right.
It's
totally
just fabulous, isn't it?
I'll leave those with you because there's still a few left, but there's loads of you with me on the web. It is clearly, obviously, a popular gemstone, so fantastic. Influence that to light when you get home. You know, really take it out into daylight, and you'll see those tiny inclusions playing with the light.
It's something that's good for masculine jewellery as well as feminine jewellery, so you can take it anywhere you want with that. So
it's not just us ladies that wear jewellery. No. Definitely not. No. Pete, what did you just bring me? Ooh. What be this? Ah, now I heard you talking about this upstairs. Now, Sammy.
Yes.
Can I say really weighty, aren't they?
They are. They're really good. Sorry.
By the way, it doesn't affect your postage and packaging, but look, you can feel the quality of this, can't you?
You can, but you need that if you're going to be hammering. So
this is a bezel mandrel, but it's hexagonal. Maybe if I turn it like so. Turn it so and maybe hold it between my fingers.
That looks square.
Is this the wrong one?
Yeah.
I've got the wrong one. No, because that's definitely square. Anyway, it should be hexagonal at the end.
Definitely have it, because I was playing with it upstairs.
We have got it, because I saw us we were talking about it upstairs. Live television, you've got to love it. It's all right, we'll try and find it now. Got it? That's definitely. Let's do a swap. So, as I was saying, if you look at it from the end, you can see the hexagonal shape. We were playing with this upstairs, weren't we?
Yeah.
So, Sammy, talk me through what you would use a bezel mandrel for.
Well, there's loads of things you can use any mandrel for. You can use it to make like hexagonal jump rings if you want to do some really funky chainmail. You could actually put the end of that, have a look at the end of that in moulding compound and make like a bolt shape.
Oh, that's a good idea.
But you could do that with a bolt, so I mean
that's quite steampunky.
But you can, yeah, I do love steampunk. But we do the connoisseur cut collection, the hexagonal stones. So if you want to create a bezel for those, then you've got, because they're calibrated, then you've got the perfect tool for doing that sort of thing as well. There's just so many ways in creating shapes for jewellery, especially if you get this second kit that's coming up. Then if you use that, you can make some absolutely amazing shapes with it. You'll see what you mean when the next kit that's coming up.
Brilliant. So, and again, once you get one tool, if you look after it and don't lose it, obviously, then you've got it, I would guess, for forever. Let's bring in your price point, because, again, we're bringing you some fantastic wirework tools this afternoon. $6.95 only.
That's really good.
It's only ever been on your screens once previously before, Jewellery Makers as well. So there'll be lots of people watching right now who won't have seen this. It is the hexagonal shape as well. So so you can really make details with this, can't you?
You can do all sorts with it. I have loads of mandrels in loads of different shapes because I love to create different forms in wire and in metal. And so, but it's really, really good for using with wire as well as with the metal.
So it's been on once previously before, obviously was hugely popular, and I mean at $6.95, I mean it's a cheeky add to your order. This is last in stock. So what we have together, what we have today is what? Sorry. Oh, it's just come back into stock because it sold out completely when we first brought it to your screens. So it's literally just come back into stock. We actually envisage this to be one of those items that whenever it's on your screen, that's repeatedly the case. On and gone, £6.95, because it is a super affordable price tag. And again, just because it is very weighty and durable, it's not going to affect your postage and packaging at all. You are only going to be paying the one price, as you know, regular Jewellery Makers, but great opportunity to really add sort of some intricacy to it as well, and shape.
It's brilliant for, I mean, if you just wanted to suspend one stone in a hexagon shape, you can just get quite thick, get your 1.25 or your 1.5 or a 2 mil and make that shape around it, and then just suspend maybe one of those faceted lava kites within that. So you'd have like a copper hexagon with a faceted lava kite or bronzite or something, you've got a real masculine piece as well.
Yeah.
Or unisex piece. But you can create all sorts of forms. You can make interesting connectors, adding that little bit of detail that maybe other people wouldn't do is what raises your level. I think in jewellery making, when people come over and they look, if you are a business like me, I know not everybody sells, but when they come over and they see you doing different things, they're kind of like, wow, I've not seen that before. So
absolutely, actually seeing you doing it as well.
Yeah, oh yeah,
definitely.
I'm always hammering on my tool.
Oh, right. I'm excited to bring you this next strand. Now, this is, I'm going to tell you straight away, this is going to be a more considered strand. But what you're getting is altogether more considered. How many have we got available in the vault? 6. There's 6. And we are bringing you a price reduction. Now, sapphire, as we know, is a member of the Big 5. Sapphire comes from different locations all around the world, and different locations bring you different offerings, if you like. Ceylon, Kashmir, amazing sort of Madagascan sapphire, which was only discovered in the 1990s. But there's so many different colours. Sapphire is a gemstone which is almost, could have fallen through a rainbow. That's how it's adopted so many different colours, maybe, because you get it in yellows, you get it in greens, you get it in oranges, you get it in pinks, you get it in all various different tones of blues. Perhaps the most famous sapphire would obviously be the Royal Engagement ring, which has got that sort of definite navy blue, which is just incredible. Now, this is a lot of sapphire. This is a lot of sapphire, and only 6 of you will be successful in this. Please, do you know the first thing that came to mind when I actually saw this strand? Is go and have it valued, even if it's not even set into jewellery, because you have got 170 carats of blue sapphire in this. They're all 7mm rounds. I mean, you think about this now, that any of the earrings that we brought you earlier on, and I did actually mention those lever back earrings, sterling silver, just one of these gemstones on each of those, I would absolutely expect to pay maybe in excess of £50 for. I'm not suggesting that's what they'll be valued at. I'm not qualified to do that, but I've been selling sapphire for since I was 18 years old, and for this quality, with this perfection of colour, and it is that very deep navy blue that you're seeing. I'm going to count the gemstones for you as well. I mean, it's 170 carats, and it is approximately. It is going to be a more considered piece. It is. I'm telling you that straight away. However, it's an altogether more considered strand, hence the quantity. There's only 6 available, but very, very, very high end. Please get it valued. Please do. I would actually encourage you to do that. Those wonderful midnight blues. Having seen and been lucky enough to actually see this gemstone throughout my entire career, I recognise quality sapphire when I see it, and I'm sure you do as well. Jodie, well done to you. You've got yours. I have got people on the phone lines also. I'm going to quickly count these before we bring the price tag in, because I think what you've got to think about is what you could actually maybe ask as a price point. Even if you've never sold jewellery before, think about it. Think about doing it. How simple is it to make a pair of earrings? And could you charge in excess of £50? Absolutely. Now, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. So I have to bring the price in. 28, 30, 32, 34, 36. We are dropping that price. This is what it should be. What did I get up to? Oh, sorry. Let's bring the price point in. I'll count them afterwards, because Audrey's there, Scottish Borders, you're there, Jodie's there as well. I've got Deborah, Claire, and Michelle. I've got enough people on the phone lines. If everybody does check out, look at that. You've got £20 off. There is only 6 opportunities. That's all we have. This is a very high-end strand. I will count them for you again, because we talk about sort of, especially if you are a business and you are looking, or even if you haven't sold them before. I mean, listen, I'm just thinking about so many of you there. We could have sold it maybe about 4 times over. We could have sold it, if not more. I'm going to leave it with you. Jennifer, Kate, Michelle, Audrey, Scottish Borders and Jodie. They've all gone. They've all gone. Sorry about that. Shall I quickly count them for you, though, because I did promise. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 46, 48, 50, 52, 54. You've got 55 on this strand. I mean, you think about that.
That's amazing, isn't it?
sapphire earrings in sterling silver.
One in the middle of those pearls that we just had. That would look lovely.
Wouldn't it? How many have we got of these? 9. I wish I had more because this is a perfect strand of aquamarine. Aquamarine is a gemstone which has been adored for centuries. It has. It's been adored for centuries, as we all, I'm sure, know. Have a little look on the web. Not now, because you'll miss out on the opportunity, but if you love this gemstone, have a little look on the web for aquamarine. So you'll look at pieces by Cartier, look at all the very high-end special pieces, and look at the colour in particular. Ultimately, the best way of remembering what colour you're looking for in aquamarine is to picture the most perfect summer day, where there's not a cloud in the sky, not a breath of wind. I don't know, you might be lying with your loved one or your family, sort of looking up and the sun's warm in your face. This is what I always think about. That's that blue sky. That's what you look for in aquamarine. 2 have gone already. It's perfect quality aquamarine in terms of its colour. That azure blue of the sky. Jennifer and Michelle, well done. I tell you what, my darlings, you're going to love this when you get it home. Again, I will count them for you, because you can keep, when you've got gemstones of this quality, Sammy, I would just be thinking simple, really simple, personally, because the gemstone itself has got the value in it. I mean, it's up to you if you want to make it, if you want to make a fabulous ornate piece, but very much like Cartier do. There's a wonderful publication upstairs in the office which actually has got exceptional pieces of the 19th and 20th centuries. It's one of my favourite books that we've got here in the studios, and it has got tiaras of aquamarine. It's got wonderful sort of neckline pieces which were made for royalty, but it's that azure blue which we've all absolutely admired. 3 of these have gone: Claire, Jennifer, Michelle. I've got Isabel there as well in Angus, just about. We've got it in your basket currently, Isabel. Again, 250 carats with 10mm rounds, that perfect colour. Let me just quickly count these, or should we bring the price in first? Which would you prefer? Should I quickly count them? Let's count them quickly. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40. So you've got 40, that's 20 pairs of earrings. 20 pairs of earrings of aquamarine. But it's not just, aquamarine can be almost white. It can be. That's obviously less desired and less valuable. Still beautiful, don't get me wrong, but less desired and less valued. Ultimately, you want that perfect summer's day sky blue, and you've definitely got it here. I so wish we had more of these, because I know the guys know that I love bringing you very high-end strand. It is going to be more considered, very much like your sapphire, but what you have got is something together or more. It is considered. It's a considered quality gemstone strand. Are you ready for your price point? Just amazing, absolutely amazing. That works out at £1.62 per gemstone on this strand that I've got here. Now, Glenn Lehrer, who's an internationally renowned gemstone carver, a personal friend of ours here at Jewellery Maker, I was actually speaking to him about aquamarine, and he was basically saying that he doesn't believe he's going to be able to actually commission any of his pieces with this gemstone, because such high quality is very, very difficult to actually get hold of currently. Now, 6 remaining opportunities. Claire, Jennifer and Michelle, you've got yours, but I've got Kate there, I've got Jacqueline there, I've got Isabel there, and I've got people on the phone lines. Kate, well done to you, well done. Again, £1, what was it, 62 per individual aquamarine. I would think, would you agree, Sammy, just one of these maybe on a really fine silver chain? Yeah, that would look amazing,
because they look like, they do look like the sky with like clouds, and they're just stunning, aren't they? They're
really stunning, and it's probably one of my favourite strands. In fact, I'd say this is my favourite strand of the entire show. Such is the quality. So Margaret, Kate, Claire, Jennifer, Michelle, you've got yours, and I've got more. I have still got opportunities there, but I fully expect that to be a sellout. Fully expect it to. So I'll leave that with you, because it is time for your second designer inspiration. Are we ready for this, Sammy?
We are.
Now. Ooh, there's so much I couldn't actually lift that then. The moment I stepped into the offices upstairs, the first thing I saw, one of Sammy's pieces, I was like, wow, what gauge wire is that? Never seen it before. It's 2mm. When was this launched here at Jewellery Maker? Okay, it's the first time for all of the crew currently. I've never seen it before. My producer and my director hasn't seen it before. Have you worked with this before?
This is the first time I've worked with it. I know Laura Binding launched it a few weeks ago.
Oh, so okay, Laura Binding launched it a few weeks ago. So, starting with, how much do you get of this? You get 12 metres.
Oh.
12 metres of 2mm gauge wire. So, straight away, I'm guessing if it was only launched 2 weeks ago, it would have more than likely have sold out on that show. I'm guessing. Yeah? Thought so. Okay, so you're also getting then your 8mm gauge and your 4mm gauge in the complementary, this is wonderful sort of rose gold colour. We call it sort of your copper, but it has got a sort of reddish tone to it, which I love. So you're getting all 3 gauges of wire. But believe me, you get loads with this kit. This is going to be hugely popular, isn't it, this kit?
I would think so. It's stunning.
Hugely, hugely popular. Love the choice of gemstones. Let's show you these as well. So, none other than, oh, just so much metallic luster. Glorious metallic luster that you're seeing here. Faceted rounds, and of course you've got your plain rounds, and also the luster that you get from your rondelles. So within this you have gunmetal coloured coated black spinel. So love spinel. Spinel is a gemstone which has got wonderful durability. It's right there up there on the Mohs scale, you know, not far behind your sapphires and your diamonds, so it's a very durable gemstone. You've also got within this wonderful piece, you've got some bronze coated pyrite. So pyrite, it produces wonderful sort of golden flecks. It really adds an opulence to, it's one of the most opulent gemstones, I would believe. So you're getting all 3 strands there, faceted pyrite and the rounds. The rounds are, just trying to see the measurements, 10mm, 350 carats, and your faceteds are 6mm, 90 carats, and your black spinel you've actually got 40 carats of. So love that combination straight away. Luster, beautiful colour, but look at this for a cabochon collection. Now this is a gemstone called serpentine. Serpentine is a form of magnesium silicate. And it comes in various different colours. You can have sort of yellows, you can have sort of grey colours, you can have greens, you can even have almost like a bluish tone. But look at this. This is almost like rainforest green. And when you actually get sort of a bit of light behind it, and again I'm going to show you with the torch because it's one of those gemstones that you really I love to appreciate. Look at that. Love to appreciate each beautiful gemstone and its individual formation. It glows, doesn't it? Let's show you another one. Let's go to this big one here. And again, if you choose maybe to wear this, it wouldn't so much with a pendant because obviously it's going to lay on the décolletage, but if you could maybe make these into earrings. They're not that big. They're not too big to actually wear into earrings.
No, you could if you were statement earrings.
They really would be, so that light would be able to shine through them. But you get that wonderful glory. Look at that. Really incredible rainforest greens and markings. It's almost like impressionist art, isn't it? And you're getting in total 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. 7 in total, but it's based on the carat weight, so you've got 240 carats of your serpentine and approximately 7 individual designs. So just to recap, you have got all of those beautiful gemstones, your pyrite, your black spinel, faceted rounds, and also your plain rounds. You're getting, for the first time that all of us here in the studio have seen it, we've seen it on air. It was launched with Laura Binding only a couple of weeks ago. The 2mm gauge in this gorgeous copper tone. Is the copper wire still one of the most popular?
Yeah, copper and silver, they're both amazingly popular, aren't they?
It's got that rose gold tone, isn't it? That's right.
I love copper wire. But yeah.
Adore it. Okay, let's bring you what it should be if you were going to buy these all separately. And that's if you could even get hold of the 2mm gauge wire. £41.65. I mean, for the wire work alone, without the seven cabochons and of course your pyrite and your black spinel, that's an outstanding deal. But it is your designer inspiration, and believe me, you're going to want to get involved on this piece, on this opportunity, because the inspiration that Sammy has created is out of this world. Now, well done, Tina, Linda and Karen. That's a huge saving. A huge saving. I'd be intrigued to know what 2mm wire would actually cost, that on its own, in most suppliers.
Yeah, I have no idea with the aluminium wire, because yeah, I've got no idea how much that would be.
I've never even seen it in other retailers.
I haven't looked for it, so I've not seen it
No,
either.
I've not even seen it, and I do look just to obviously sort of make sure that, you know, it's my job to, and I like to do price comparisons also, so I haven't even seen it in other retailers. So £27.95. A lot of you are getting involved. Love the combinations, that wonderful fusion of green and gold. It is very opulent, and then you've got the sort of the golden luster from your pyrite. So look how complimentary they are. So I can't wait for you to actually see what Sammy has created. Again, really wonderful designs. I always praise our wirework jewellery makers, because I've had a go and I'm rubbish. I am absolutely rubbish. So let's take a wander over. I brought my cup of tea this time.
Well, I think this is the sort of kit that if you're not very confident in wirework, what I would do is I'd use the 2mm wire, wrap it with the 0.4mm wire and the smaller gems, and then swap the cabochons with somebody else. But I love wirework.
Yeah.
So for me, this is like a dream kit.
Yeah.
I'm saying, so you know, you can always do that. You don't have to think.
It's a good point. You can always, they're genuine gemstones, so they're always going to have intrinsic value.
And
so you could
hammered it nice there. I mean, that is simple. That's simply round the ring mandrel once, and because it's the aluminium wire, it's really easy to work. It is so light. If you picked up that entire piece, if you picked up the whole piece, it is really light. So I've just gone once around the ring mandrel. I've made a little aluminium jump ring, and then I have just simple 2 bits.
Textured it.
Yeah, textured it.
And that's a technique which is very Italian.
Yeah, it's also it's a very easy way to change the entire look of the piece,
totally.
and dress it up and get some aggression out all at once. It's amazing. I love hammering stuff. It's great.
Well, are you stressed?
No, well, I've got 6 children, so you know.
Have you really? 6 children? Wow, I struggle with my 2 dogs. Okay, so what are you going to demonstrate for us? This amazing piece on the end.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, look at that. Can I just say, that is very Fabergé.
Is it? Do you think?
Very Fabergé.
I love anything vintage. I love vintage.
If you think about sort of your Fabergé eggs,
yeah, I guess
they've got wonderful sort of scrolling details that sort of all the way around a Fabergé egg. That's what I thought straight away when I looked at that.
I thought there's only so many ways to set a cabochon, so I wanted to do something a little bit different. That, you know, and so I had to come up with something that perhaps that isn't just netting. I always do netting. It's my thing. So I thought, no, I'm going to do something a little bit different. So that's
amazing.
what I came up with. But I also wanted to show you how easy the 2mm wire is to work, because with the copper wire you need quite a lot of strength. But with a 2mm aluminium wire, it is so soft that you don't need to. You can do.
Oh, really?
shapes.
Okay, that's a key point. So this isn't copper.
This is aluminium.
Aluminium.
So it's incredibly.
Wow. Okay, I've not noticed that. Look.
It's amazingly
Gosh,
amazing.
you would think just by look that this would be something that would be very.
No, it's amazing. So if if you struggle to work with heavy gauge wires, then and you really want to work with heavy gauge wires, then give this a go. It's amazing.
See, now my mum, I'm sure she won't mind me saying this, and she started in jewellery making. She's retired, and she started jewellery making sort of simple things for charity, just to raise some money for charity. But I'm sure she won't mind me saying she's got dexterity issues in her one hand, where she fell over once and it's given her arthritis. So I know even using a pair of scissors can be quite hard for her. So this would be maybe a wire medium that she could use?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's really, really simple. I mean, I made that bracelet. So there you go. It is something that would be quite difficult to do with a 2mm copper because the copper is so much heavier to work. You can do it very, very, very quickly and very easily with a 2mm aluminium, and it looks absolutely amazing. I haven't hammered that. I mean, if you wanted to, when you'd finished it, you can hammer it and then put the pyrite beads in there, or any other beads you wanted. You don't have to be restricted to what's in the kit.
Amazing.
It's really easy. It's such an easy, simple thing to, and I'm just going to show you very, very quickly how easy it is just to do something like that. You just bend it one way and bend it the other way. Look, that's so simple, and then you can literally just manipulate it with your hands to the right kind of place, and then do another one. I'm working from the reel here because it's so easy to use. I mean, how quick and how simple is this?
And that would have been, that's the start of this?
That's the start of that. Look at that. It's almost a heart. But look at that. You've made it, and it's so easy to do.
Seconds.
And it doesn't seem to be that, I mean, I'm even doing it by hand here, look, without even going around anything. Although obviously you're going to get a much more uniform look if you do it. But that's just how amazingly easy it is to work.
No surprise whatsoever that this sold out then?
No, none
No
whatsoever.
surprise whatsoever that it's sold out, and this is with Laura only a couple of weeks ago. So fantastic. Yeah, we'll give it a go for any. It's one of those. It's the 2mm wire, and forgive me, I actually thought, gosh, that's going to be for maybe your more talented and more experienced wire workers. Actually, it's across the board.
2mm wire is something that's very easy to use as a beginner, so you can just make one shape and wire a bead into it.
Right.
And hammer it, like I did with that very simple necklace, and you've got something that looks really attractive.
It really does.
And you haven't really done an awful lot with it.
Half the stock of this has gone already, by the way, so obviously we knew it was going to be a popular kit.
Yeah.
We knew it was going to be. I mean, look at that.
And sometimes we're worried about hammering colour-coated wire, which is another reason why I gave that a really good hammering. Because
to test it?
Yeah, you want to make sure that when people get it home and they hammer it, it's going to stand up to it. So.
Now, can I just reach across you, Sammy?
Okay.
Because we've got a hammering block bundle.
Ah.
But can we just do it?
Yeah, we can
do
just
a hammering block? I just want to go.
You can have a go, can't you?
I'm sorry. I'm causing havoc in the gallery right now. I just saw the hammer and said I want to whack it.
So I'm using it on the rubber block.
I like how you sit back.
Yeah.
Is it that side?
Whichever side you want. That side to flatten first off, and then turn it over to make some indents.
So I'm literally flattening, and then that side to do some dents.
Yeah. And little facets there. Look at that.
Now I am no jewellery maker.
If you lift that up, that's.
Let's show you. Everybody at home.
You can see how glinting it is. Glinting.
Let me show that up to that. Oh, I'm no jewellery maker.
Just hang a little bead in there, make a loop each side, and you've done a piece of jewellery. And
should we bring in this one first, whilst you're dialing through for your actual? Just because I've totally sorry, honey.
That's okay.
I was getting all excited about the fact there was a hammer and a block here. So let's bring your hammer and block. Love this. It is great for getting stress out, isn't it?
It is. Nobody's going to laugh at your wire work now. Look at that.
Oh, they will laugh at my wire work. They will, because I am rubbish, absolutely rubbish. So, so should be, because we've got the gorgeous Sammy here today. We're going to bring you a designer inspiration deal. Should be £13.51. That's an obscure price, isn't it? The 1 pence. That's a bit weird, but never mind that. Anyway, it's going lower because Sammy is here.
Oh, that's great. I was looking at steel blocks actually online a couple of days ago, and they were over £10 in several places that I looked for the block alone.
For the block alone?
For the block alone.
And again, I know I say it every time I bring you a tool, but once you've got one, as long as you don't lose it and you look after it.
Yeah. It's really good. I love it. I've got one.
You don't need a
I have one in my bedroom. I have one downstairs. I do, because I'm not very well, so I do a lot of work in my bed.
Okay.
So I have one upstairs and I have one downstairs.
Okay.
I did have to sneak it in up there. I have to sneak in my more industrial tools up in the bedroom when my husband's not looking, because he gets a bit upset. So he finds all sorts in the bed. So bits of wire. He's always sitting on them.
You don't want to be sitting on wire, do you, when you get into bed? That's like crumbs in the bed.
That's a bit of interest.
I'm sure it does. I'm sure. Love that. Absolutely love that. So, a special price for you this afternoon, £7.95. And again, lots of you getting involved. The kit is at the bottom, so that's still available. We're going to bring in those graphics while Sammy actually shows you this wonderful pendant. I'm really excited about this, Sammy.
Good. Now we've got to see if we can do it. So.
Do you want me to bring this over?
We're in a minute, so
no
turn
problem.
it around because my memory is terrible. So although I have stages prepped, sometimes I'll need a little reminder.
That's fine.
I've got 3 neurological conditions and they all affect my memory. So life is interesting. Anyway, so we're going to start off by making the frame.
Yeah.
And obviously I chose a teardrop. Now this one is really beautiful. It's almost like jade. It's that pale.
Isn't it?
It's
yeah.
absolutely stunning.
It's often actually mistaken for jade.
I'm not surprised.
This
actually.
gemstone, yeah.
Really
it is
surprised.
actually often mistaken for it.
So, and you can see that the end of my wire has got like a little point on it. So I'm actually going to cut that so it's flat. So I'm just going to cut that off. And I'm now going to use my baling pliers. You can use your round nose pliers and I'm going to make a loop. Actually I'm going to do it halfway down. If you're using your round nose pliers, then make sure you mark where you're on the plier you're making your loop so that you make the other loop the same size.
Top tip.
So I say it an awful lot. So what we want to do is to shape it now around this stone. And you want the stone to just sit on top of it. So take a bit of time. And again, it's not going to be too difficult to do because the wire itself is lovely and soft. So you're just going to take a little bit of time to make this shape. I'm still working from the reel
it's
because
so
I'm
much easier to
really
manoeuvre.
is. I mean, you couldn't actually do that with a 2mm
no.
copper.
Well, you
It's
probably
too
wouldn't
heavy.
even be able to do it with the hands, would you?
Well, you wouldn't be able to do it with your hands, no. You probably have to kind of wind it around a ring mandrel or something. And now I'm actually going to take my pendant away and I'm going to put my little pliers in there and I'm going to wrap all the way around like that. You see the amazing shapes you can make. And that's purely so I can get, when I'm doing it off the reel like that or with a longer piece, it means you can get a better round shape when you're doing that. So what I will then do is I will cut it, get in there and cut that. Like so. And obviously because it's softer, it's nice because those beadle-on cutters cut it really nicely. And again, I can just shut that with my hands. So what you want is something that's going to fit like that.
Beautifully.
And then what you're going to do, so I've got one here that I did earlier. So I spent a lot of time making sure that it is exact, you see. So we need to make the next one. Now for the first one, I had slightly bigger loops. That's just because for the decorative, I wanted two big loops at the top.
I'm going to bring that next to you just so that everyone at home knows what you're talking about the next one. So you're talking about these stages here going out.
Yeah, and we've done the top. We've done the top one.
Oh, let me move it that way a bit. There we go. So Sammy's talking about doing this one, then this one, then this one, then this one. Just so I will show you. We'll do a close up of that in a second.
For all the rest, I did the same size loops, and I used the smallest bit of my baling pliers. But obviously, you can use your round nose pliers. And what I'm going to do is not actually use the stone at all. I'm just going to hold it and form it very carefully against that one there, and it wants to pop out. So you get a kind of an idea of the length before you cut it, and then make a loop the other side, same as before. Okay, I'm going to cut that one off because you've seen me do that one. And I've already got one that I've done that fits in. You obviously take your time to make sure it fits perfectly.
So yeah, they're nestling into each other.
I am going quite fast through this because we've got to do the weaving bit at the end. So
yes.
We have quite a bit to get through, which is why I had. And then you want to do exactly the same technique with a third one. So you have now made yourself 3 that sit. Take your time to get, and if you find that one is slightly too big and you want to make it smaller, what you actually do is cut a little bit there on the loop and then make it smaller like that, rather than undoing it.
Yeah.
Because that way you're not compromising the wire in any way. And now we actually have, for the next bits, we actually make separate ones. So we're going to take a little piece of wire. I'm going to put that, and I want it to sit so that it comes to almost the bottom, but I want to leave enough space for a bead. Now this will be a little bit of trial and error for you, so I'm again going to cut that sharp bit off. I do that as I go along a lot with this aluminium wire. That's the only thing, it leaves a nice sharp end, so you cut that off with your flush cutters every time. So we're going to go around like this and spend a little bit of time getting it to where I want it to. I am actually going to cut this off here, so I'm not hanging that whole loop. So again, you can see that how soft it is to work, and I know exactly where I want it to be. So I'm going to keep pushing that around there to make it nice and tight, and then I'm going to make a little loop on the bottom like so, all the way around like that. And before I cut that, I'm then going to make sure it's where I want it to be. It is more or less, I think I want it a little bit further, a little bit smaller, so I like to cut it a bit too big. And if I want to make it smaller, like I said, I cut a little bit off the top, and then I'll just turn that, and that's how I make it smaller rather than undoing. So I need to make sure.
Oh, I see, they're two separate pieces there, right? Amazing.
Yeah, so you have that, and there's one I've made for the other side.
Look at
like
that.
So. So what you do is when you've made the one, you'll spend a bit of time and make the other one.
What a beautiful design that is.
Just drop my one.
That's all right, I'll get it.
And then you're going to do exactly the same thing. So make sure your two are even and lying nice and flat. And then make sure you make another two that'll nestle just within those two there, like so. Oh, it's not very flat yet. So you just take your time till you've got that whole thing, and it looks like that. So what we're now going to do is actually start the weaving process. Now, if you wanted to at this point, you could hammer the lot, texture it all. It would look really nice. It will help to work hard.
It's lovely without gemstones as well.
It is actually a really nice design without a stone on the front.
It is.
So it's because it's a strong wire. It's a strong shape, a design statement. So you can make really nice designs without actually using stones, but or just using a few small ones.
Well, I'm looking at that sort of bib that Rachel did, that sort of curved around the neckline. I mean, this would surely be amazing for that.
Oh yeah, you can
just
do
sort of freeform it if you like.
Yeah, you can do all sorts of things.
Yeah.
It's brilliant. So I actually started at the top, and I'm going to attach my wire because I actually wove the gems in while I went along. So I just moved it all like so, but I know each one fits in, so I'm just going to cut a bit of the 0.4 off. I'd also like to point out that those pyrite beads you can get a 0.8mm wire through, which is nice to know. So I'm just going to...
okay. Is that something to consider?
Yes, well, when you're working with stones, it's always nice to know they've got a really good drill hole because it widens your options. I'm just attaching a 0.4 3 times around to the biggest loop on the smaller... so you're doing some weaving now? Yes, what we've done is attach the 0.4 there.
Okay.
And now I'm going to just pick my next piece up and hold it in. I'm holding it right next to each other. I'm going to shift that around, and I'm going to gently push it through with the second loop.
Whilst, how are we doing on stock on this at the moment? Because it's very popular, this piece. I have got, gosh, if everybody checks out, it's looking out like it could be potentially about 20 remaining. So if you want to get hold of it, then I would encourage dialing through or checking out as soon as possible, because it has been very popular. Not surprising in the slightest. You've got them in multiple cabochons, you've got all those beautiful gemstones in the 2mm wire and the other gauges as well. So this is sort of a standard weaving.
Yeah, I'm just going to show you what I've just done here. I've wrapped around the loop 3 times. If we can just get a close-up of this.
Wrapped around that 3 times, yeah?
Wrapped around the loop 3 times, and I've gone in through the second loop twice.
Okay.
And I'm going to come up to the side. Can you see? Just there.
Yeah.
And this is where I'm going to thread my first bead on.
Okay.
So we're going to do that. I have to put that down while I thread the bead on, obviously. And there we go, one of the nice spinel. And I'm just going to...
They are beautiful, those spinel.
Put that on there.
They're almost like black diamonds with that coating. Because black diamonds actually have got a sort of a metallic, what looks like an oily appearance across the surface.
They have. I've got some.
Yeah. Yes. Amazing. It's sort of like almost like oil in water, where you can almost see the sort of the sort of rainbow spectrum. Whereas black spinel is definitely black, but with this coating, it actually takes on sort of the look of black diamonds.
It does. So what I'll do now, I've put that one on there, is I'll repeat the process as I go down. I'm going to wrap twice around here and add the next one. That's all. We're going to push it right
Whilst
through
you're doing that, Sammy, we have got a second wire bundle that we can bring everybody at home. So love this combination of colours. It's so beautiful. You've got the fuchsia wire, and again you can mix and match the wire. You could very easily use the fuchsia with that copper 2mm if you wanted to bring something a little bit more vibrant. And then you've got your 8mm gauge, so 10m, 8mm, and also your 4mm in your fuchsia pink. Sorry, 0.8, 0.4, yeah. And then you've also got your antique bronze, 0.4 and 0.8 as well. So for some reason this one does not want to sit straight. There we go, let's do them that way then. There is your antique bronze as well. They've been unruly, these ones.
They look amazing together.
Whilst you're doing that, I'll show you, whilst I'm doing that, I'll show you your should be price. So 4 gauges of wire, £15. I thought that each spool of wire was generally around £5 plus.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, so the should be price is already less than what I thought it was. But today, wait till you see this.
Liam's going to be naughty.
Hang on, graphics didn't want... Oh, there we go.
Oh, look at that. It's naughty.
That's naughty. That's naughty,
He's always
Sammy
naughty.
says. Yeah, so I'm guessing lots of multi-buying will be going on right now.
It will be.
I mean, for one of those alone, or two, let's just say, the reality is, for the antique bronze, or even the fuchsia, the 2 spools alone at £7.95. Nobody's going to argue with that.
No, and antique bronze is I love the antique bronze here.
I do as well. It's that wonderful chocolate colour, isn't it?
It's so soft as well. I love working with it. It's one of my favourite ones.
Beautiful.
To work with.
And again, you can mix and match all the wires. It doesn't have to be sort of both your copper bronze that you're using in this design.
Nope.
I'd imagine the fuchsia would really lift it, wouldn't it? Give a real femininity to it.
It really would.
And because you're using your black spinels and you've got, of course, your they're very organic colours.
You could do kind of like blossom effect, couldn't you, with like the twigs and
cherry blossom.
Yeah.
Cherry blossoms.
I always say that. I'm boring.
We'll leave that with you because there's lots of you getting involved right now, and we've got quantity of it, but it's very busy this afternoon. And we will go back to the gorgeous Sammy and her demonstration, because you are. Gosh, it's not taking you long to do this.
I know, but then I am quite practiced, so it might not.
She's very practiced. That's
Don't
true.
worry if it takes, and I'm not.
It wouldn't.
Like,
I wouldn't be able to do it that quick.
Oh, and it doesn't. You know, it's for me. Speed is not important, it's the overall finish.
Totally.
So just take your time. See if it wants to kink, I'll just turn it and then I'll pull it, and then I'm going to go around one more time, but just around the single wire, not both, and then add the last of the beads in, because I've got everything on that side, and then you'll repeat it with the other side. But I won't do that because you will have seen me do one side, so you don't need to see me do
you've got one you prepared earlier.
Yes, I have got one I prepared earlier, but I've got to weave the bottom to show you how to do that too in a moment. So I'm just going to finish this off, and all I'll do to finish it off is go around a couple of times on here, like so, like this. I'm going to push it all the way up there and then cut that off, and you just trim it off. And so what you have is, if I move those out of the way, something that looks like this.
Oh, amazing.
You can, yeah, it's looking really good already, and then you just repeat it on the other side, anchoring the other ones in place as well. And then it's going to look, then you're going to have the whole I don't know, it's like a Grecian urn almost.
Oh, I like, yes, is it a Grecian urn?
A Grecian urn.
There you go again with your lovely choice of words.
So what you want to do is stop all of this flapping about, really. So you need to get another piece of wire. And it's
I was just saying how you use...
How I'm so eloquent.
So eloquent and you use beautiful words.
Like, you know, when it's all flapping about.
Then you're all flapping about. But then I know we all know what she means, don't we?
Well, it's true, it is just flapping about. So I'm going to start with the outer edge.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to anchor it around, as usual, 3 times around, like that. Push each one up neatly, still holding onto the tail. And now I'm going to go twice around those 2 wires, the 2 outer edge wires. So I'm binding those 2 together. I'm then going to bring the 3rd one up, and I'm going to put the wire up between those. I'm going to, all right, I can go in that way, it's easier. I'm going to wrap around wires 2 and 3 twice, pushing it up neatly. Obviously you can take your time. And then we're going to go up between 3 and 4, and we're going to wrap those twice. And if you ever get stuck at all, then just grab me on my guest designer page and I will get back to you. And then we're going to go up between that last ones, between the middle one and wire 4. So we
you
have
mentioned
5
about
wires
your guest designer page. What's your surname, Sammy?
It's Sammy Fletcher, so it's JM Guest Designer.
JM Guest Designer, Sammy Fletcher.
Yeah.
So if you want to find Sammy on her page, and it's very kind that you're always
well, it's not always, you know, I do sometimes do some quite difficult pieces, so it's nice to be able to catch, you know, if you don't quite get something, it's nice to be able to ask. So
ask the question.
On 2, 2, 2, and it's just a decorative way of joining them up together. You might find that has pulled away a little bit, so you just spend a little bit of time manipulating back to where you want it to go. That's all. I mean, again, you're in charge, so you won't notice that, but I've noticed it. So, and now I'm just going to wrap around the middle, this wire here, and rather than feeding the wire through, I'm just going between these 2, do you see, and bringing it round, pushing it up firmly, and then I'm just going to wrap around here, and then you'll go back down the other side when you reach the equal point. So I'm just wrapping round and round and round and pushing it up. Obviously you might not be as quick, you might be even quicker. And it's just, for me, it is about neatness rather than speed. And then you'll just carry on back down the other side and you'll have something that looks like that.
Amazing. Do you know what? That also looks like maybe a beautiful old crib.
Oh, I guess it does, doesn't it?
Really lovely.
You see, she's actually not creative. You've got these wonderful imaginations.
See things. Yeah, I've got quite a vivid imagination, and I can draw. I just haven't got. I guess I'm not very good at sort of manipulating things.
But are you
I've
a
got
perfectionist? So if you haven't done it right first time, you throw it
I'm
away.
a Virgo.
Yeah,
I'm a Virgo.
That's
so
what
yeah.
the problem is. So what I've now done, you'll see I've got a couple of wires, but that's because I attached those at home. I have attached a wire to the second one down, so the first of your spinel. I've gone in next to the spinel, and I've gone around 3 times, and I have just attached it into that loop. So what we're going to do now is start putting the cabochon on.
Amazing.
So we're doing the top bit. So this is where it gets a little bit fiddly, and I can't tilt it to show, so you'll have to do it on the overhead.
So you're holding it flush right now
so
to the actual pendant.
And I'm going to go from this one into, so we're going from my bottom left to my top right, holding that on there. It's not so important that you hold it right at the moment, but I like to make sure that I've got this in the right place. And then I'm going to go all the way around.
Sew it through.
Sew it, almost knitting it into place around there. And then I'm going to come up through this side. So you're coming all the way behind, and then I'm going to go back down.
Okay, so you've literally repeated. You've done mirror imaged it.
Mirror imaged it. So you have like a little cross across the top there.
Yep.
And then you're just going to anchor that in place by pushing it. This is the bit where you want to hold it with your thumb. You never have enough hands at this point, so we're going to push this up here, pull it up through, if it helps you, you can actually let go of that as long as you now don't pull that too tight.
No, not too tight, so you can't actually put the gemstone in.
Yes, so now we're just going to anchor that, and then you'll cut that bit off. So I'm just pulling that down there. So you make sure you haven't pulled it too tight. You'll put the gemstone back in and make sure it's still nice and even, which it is. So what you then want to do is now anchor another piece on the bottommost one here, and you're going to go from the bottom to the top right. Did I do top right? I'm sure I did. Or no, second, yeah, top right, bottom of the top right one there. So I'm going to push it through here, and you can see how it starts to take shape, and it's a separate, these are all separate wires now. So we'll just anchor that through there. I'm going to hold it with my thumb, and at this point I don't really want the cabochon to start moving too much. I'm going to go all the way around. I'm not going to worry about trimming any wires off until afterwards. So I'm going to put that down, and that's your first one in. And now you need another bit of wire. I could have attached them all at home, but then that would have been like wires going everywhere, and it would have been quite messy. I'm going to do the same on the other side. So I'm going to attach it to this one, and I want to make sure that I'm getting the wire going the right way. So I want to start and work that way. That might make sense to you when you're actually doing it. So I'm not crossing over the anchor point is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I'm just going to just bend the end there. So I'm just going to put that up through the hole.
The wonderful thing about this design is actually it's quite easy to see how where you've actually gone in terms of following your design. So we'll get some, obviously Jewellery Maker will put some amazing pictures up for you you can actually see from the design what Sammy has done. Put a lovely message in saying, Deborah in Colchester, hello to you Deborah, and she says beautiful. It looks like an Egyptian lotus flower as carved on the columns, but with a modern edge. A contemporary antique piece. Yeah, I agree Deborah, it's lovely, isn't it? Really, really lovely.
Well, I hope you have fun making it.
It's the movement, it's the scrolls, it is. Very, very sort of, yeah, Egyptian in terms of its design.
Well, I love it. Well, we know because I just did the birthday show in which Alison and I did Egyptian-inspired pieces. So I'm just attaching yet another wire to the bottom, always going around 2 or 3 times. And you start filling this up with wire, but don't worry about that, that's okay. And then you're going to go to the next one down. So we've gone from always going from these bottom 2 here, and then we're just going to go one by one down. I think I did 3 each side anyway. So
I'll pop that by there,
pop that there,
and then maybe actually.
And you can see now I've put my thumb, and that's pushed that out of shape, but that's okay because I'll just gently put that bend back, look, and then pull it straight, and then you anchor that one there. And then you do it the same the other side, and then you go to the third one to there, and you can see that that's how this has all been anchored on the finished piece. So what you have is I've anchored everything from these bottom 2, and I've just gone one by one down here. And look at the difference in the 2 cabochons. That one is so dark. When you lift it up, you get all the green skirt go through it. So, and then just because you might be worried about things slipping from side to side when you've got them in there, they won't, because this will hold it and stop it coming out, but then just wired 3 little black spinel in each side, and
that's a great idea.
And it stops the movement, so you have that gorgeous decorative way of holding it all in place.
Great idea. So actually using the gemstones to actually, you know, for practical use as well as beautiful.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is hugely popular. I think it started off at over £40 if you were to buy it all individually. It includes the 2mm gauge wire, which was only launched a couple of weeks ago, and it's been massively responded to. It's the aluminium wire as well, so it is great if you've got dexterity issues. It's very malleable, amazingly malleable. So fantastic. Just amazing.
I just hope that you can have a go if it is more kind of intermediate end, just because of keeping the weaving wires straight.
But this does even the links at the top. If I show you, if let's move those out the way for the time being, even the links that you've put at the top, Sammy, I mean, that's 2mm gauge wire,
That's
right?
2mm. I've just made jump rings, and I've put those through there. And all I've done is made a simple wire up loop chain out of the different pyrites, putting the 8mm wire, 0.8mm wire through the pyrite, and then I've just dropped a dropped the chainmail, the rings either side of the big pyrite bead. But the thing is, you could go really masculine with this design, or you can go like that, which is really not masculine. That's a very feminine piece.
Really?
So even though you have the capacity to do some absolutely stunning masculine,
look at that,
you can also achieve some really beautiful feminine pieces with the same thick wire. I love 2mm. It's really so, there's so many ways you can take it, so many designs you can do.
Amazing, absolutely amazing.
So I do want to see some on the walls of fame. I do want you to have a go. But even if you're not confident in putting the cabochon in and holding it in with the weave, then just make the frame.
Yeah.
And then suspend a bead in the middle of it if you want to. It's still going to look beautiful.
But that technique of you actually sort of mirroring the actual work, the cutting off individual, that looks to me like something that is potentially a little bit easier than actually creating with one big long length wire.
Yes, it really is. As long as you hold one on top of the other, so you get it exactly the same. And it is, but 2mm wire allows you to do all sorts of interesting things.
I love it, love it, love it. And like I said, if it's not just for I thought that maybe this was going to be something more challenging for your advanced wire workers. Actually,
it could be. If you're doing with the cabochon, it's a little bit more challenging. If you're doing it without, it's not. So.
And it's not. So give it a go. Now we've got some more cabochons to bring you. Look at these. Again, huge carat weights that you're seeing. I love a cabochon. They're always very, very popular with our jewellery makers, and you have got the differing shapes here, but look at that. This is your serpentine, a gemstone, which again has got all those wonderful formations of nature, and with this it's got, you can always see flecks of silver within this beautiful gemstone. Totally and utterly natural, from the USA. That's the country of origin of this wonderful gemstone. But again, it's quite a simplistic gemstone in terms of what it actually looks like. So a simplistic gemstone, but still got those that intricacy of markings, and then maybe using those ornate designs that you've just spoken about, Sammy.
Yeah, I mean, they would be perfect for doing. If you wanted to do this in a different colourway, if you wanted to do it in silver, for instance, silver wire, and just have this design done with that, or you could do it with the copper. It would look lovely, wouldn't it?
It really would. And you are, like I said, getting massive carat weight on this cabochon bundle. We are going to drop the price point, but let us show you what we should be. Firstly, $24.95, and again, what does that work out each? I know it is per carat officially, so I can't say for definite that you will get 5, but in this bundle we've got 5, so that works out well. Just under £5 rather. Per cabochon, but we are dropping the price. We're not even stopping there. Love the fact you've got those irregular shapes. Today on your designer inspiration, because it has been very much focused on your cabochons, hasn't it? So how not to be frightened of them, because we know that we've had conversations and some jewellery makers are a little bit frightened of them. Well, I feel confident that I could actually sort of embark on actually making certainly the piece that you've just done there.
Yeah, give it a go. Well, what's the worst that can happen?
What is the worst that can happen? Absolutely. $18.95.
That's a brilliant price tag, isn't it? I love the geographical story that you can see.
Yes.
That's what really, you know, geological, not geographical, geological story. But it's amazing, isn't it? Just how it was formed.
I love that about gemstones, the fact that, you know, especially when, or even with your sort of your pearls, which are a bit irregular in terms of the design, which some would consider a less desirable, some would. But actually I think, I like the fact they've got imperfections. I like the fact that you can see that they're created by nature.
I sell those more often than I do the rounds.
I bet.
Because people love, they really are definitely natural.
Totally.
And they love that. It's a story, isn't it? It's just amazing.
The Biwa pearls, they're lovely.
Oh, and
really
the Keshi.
And the Keshi pearls, yes. Yeah, amazing. Absolutely amazing. Now, under £20. Under £20 for 730 carats of this beautiful gemstone. Look at that. Can you see that flash of blue?
Wow.
That wonderful flash of blue running through the centre. I love that. It reminds me of Wuthering Heights, you know.
I mean, that's something that could be masculine or feminine. It's just beautiful, isn't it? I'd love to do a cuff with a big square one. That'd just be amazing.
Imagine that on the wrist. Oh, try and do this now, see if I can actually hold it there. But imagine one of those actually on the wrist line. Yeah, in a wire cuff with the 2mm gauge wire.
Yeah, it'd be great.
Using the same technique, I suppose.
I suppose you could do.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. So many of you are getting involved. Surrey, Peggy, Rachel, Helen, Claire's there, Christine, Joanne, Sheila, Jan, Essex, new buyers, you're with me as well. So you can get that. Now we have actually thought about these two bundles because they are harmonious. It's basically two separate bundles, but they could be a kit.
Yeah.
They could be a kit because the 3 strands that I'm about to bring you next are perfect to go with your serpentine. So look at these. You've got... Are they not? I've got to hold my hands right by them as well.
Oh, they are.
So you can actually see just how wonderfully matched they are. You've got black rutile quartz. Rutile quartz, as have those, is totally natural. So you've got clarity within that gemstone, and then you've got wonderful rutilations running through. Very dramatic. It's certainly one of the most unique of gemstones. Then you've got your peacock green shell pearl, wonderfully faceted. Look at that combination with a cabochon. I'm going to hold it maybe next to it because I think they do work wonderfully. So maybe with the sterling silver wire.
Oh, you could. Or the silver plated either would do
Oh,
well.
yeah, sorry, silver plated. I keep saying that. Sorry, that's my habit.
And we do sterling as well.
We do sterling silver, but silver plated wire. And you've also got your black agate. Black agate is a gemstone. Is one of my favourite gemstones. We were talking about organic formations. The fact that you can actually see that usually with black agate, it's so incredibly lustrous.
Yes.
Isn't it?
It really is. You have that real shine to it.
Really does.
It's great. I do love it for a bit of drama. And it would also, you know, you can put it with copper, you can put it with gold, you can put it with silver, and every time you put it with something, you give it a totally different look.
It's an essential for any stash, isn't it, really?
Yes, because it goes with any gemstone.
Yeah, a bit like your clear quartz.
Yes.
It would be a stash essential, I would assume.
Yeah, definitely. I have lots of black and I have lots of clear for those reasons.
For those very reasons. I mean, they work perfectly together. I mean, it was Coco Chanel who actually said black and white are in perfect harmony.
Yes.
And of course, she knew her fashion and her style, didn't she?
She really did.
She really did. Yeah, absolutely. So again, maybe these were the pearls that I brought earlier on. So the black agate with the pearls. Maybe put the pearls with these gemstones. That would work as well.
That would work really well, but then pearls go with everything,
don't they? Now let's bring you the should-be price. Should be $18.95. Really? For rutile quartz and agates. I mean, they're huge black agates as well. Look at the luster. However, not today, not this afternoon. Wow, okay, massive deal coming your way.
That's a really good price for 3 strands, isn't it?
3 strands, including agate, and I keep saying agate because I think it's one of my favourites. I just love it. That on its own, just restrand it.
Yeah, that's something you could wear on a night out or in the day.
Total simplicity, but absolute classic elegance, isn't it?
It really is. And it'd be nice with a little, well, even if you just did one little rutile quartz in between, or one of the peacock pearls in between, or like you said, with the cabochons.
Sammy, do you know, I've just got an idea.
What's that?
What about those amazing bows?
Oh, the bows
that we had earlier on.
All the
those bow. Yeah. Did they sell out? Those bows, because I think they look beautiful with this.
Oh yeah, the silver, it'd be just be fabulous.
Yeah, with the 95 sterling silver bows. They were brand new, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did sell out. And they were only $7.95. There's still some available, are they? We'll put the code at the bottom. Really beautiful. Already I've got lots of people getting involved. And again, $7.95. I mean, $11.95 rather for the 1 strand, for the pearls, for your rutile quartz. There's the graphics, if you like, for those sterling silver bows. I mean, they were so pretty, weren't they?
Really, really were. They're just delicate, and they're just delicate elegance.
Amazing, right. Leave those with you. Don't forget, you can get all of those, and we deliberately put that that 3-strand bundle next to those, the cabochon bundle, because they do work perfectly in terms of their colours and tones. Now, I've got a hammer, another hammer, and a rubber block.
Yes.
I'm going to lean on your knowledge.
Well, I have you had the rubber block earlier, look, because I use it to hold this in place.
Oh, that's
as
a good
well.
top tip.
But it absorbs a bit of the sound.
Okay.
So you're not quite so noisy.
So
it gives you something else to hammer against.
So
it's a nice
you can use that with your steel block as well.
You can use it with a steel block. You can use it on its own if you want to use it on its own. I like to use it with my steel block or my anvil. I will use it to anchor my anvil in place, because we sell little anvils here as well, which are really good fun. And obviously the hammer as well.
So what's the difference between a steel block and a rubber block?
Well, one's steel and one's rubber.
Yeah, other than the material. What in terms of jewellery making?
Well, you've got a lot more resistance clearly in the steel block. So if you're hammering against a steel block, you're going to make a real difference with your wire. If you're hammering onto a rubber block, it's going to take you a bit longer to do. But what you can do is you can use them in reverse. You can put your steel block, you can put your rubber block on top, and you're kind of like a wire whacker. So you can actually work hard on your wire without actually making any kind of dents in them, if you see what I mean.
Okay, so something
you can
maybe
actually bang your steel block against your table with your wire underneath to try and work hard on it.
Okay.
Nice.
So it can also sort of what would be the word I'd use? Maybe add density to it, as in strength.
Yes, it's good.
Add strength to the wire.
It adds strength to the wire, basically, which is what you want when you have a soft wire. So if you don't want it to change shape any further, then you would then work hard on it. You can do that by hammering or banging it or whatever. I have a couple of these blocks because they're really useful. Like I said, I've got one upstairs, I've got one downstairs, I've got one that lives in my work bag, because they are so useful, and they're not so heavy either. They're really nice.
A lot of you getting involved, maybe a first opportunity, some of you multi-buying, perhaps thinking exactly the same, to think that I might have one maybe in my travel case, I might have one at home. Let's bring in that price point for you. And again, I continuously look around at different prices of tools elsewhere from different suppliers. I'm not making comparisons, however, I do know for the quality, and we massively surpass our competitors on so many levels, don't we?
Yeah.
I truly believe that, I truly do. I mean, forgive me if you think I'm wrong, but I think that's the case. Now, what about sort of making finer details? Would you use a rubber block for that? So if I wanted to have maybe sort of a texture, but maybe more of a, I guess we would call it sort of a starburst, so almost like a pave from a distance.
So if you wanted a softer look, then you probably would use the rubber block. You can see I've actually got a couple of dents in it because I will sometimes use the rubber block without the steel block.
So not necessarily such solid sort of dents that I've actually just done on what I did earlier. That's what I actually did with the steel block earlier, just because I felt inclined to do so. But if you wanted to actually sort of have something a little bit more delicate,
I guess you could. Yes, I mean, look, you can. I'm gonna drop it. You can hammer straight onto it, and you can see where we were hammering on the steel block. You already would have had. You already would have flattened it somewhat, and it hasn't actually done that as much. Hasn't flattened it at all, in fact, because you don't have as much resistance. So you can do exactly the same kind of pressure with the steel block, and you will change the shape of the wire
altogether. There is a big difference.
You see, it does change the shape of the wire. Already, you can see it's flattened, and you look on the back; it's actually a little bit flattened there too.
Yeah, totally.
So because you have that resistance, it allows you, if you're gently, not to change the look of the wire if you don't want to change the look. If you want to change the look, then give it a good well
give it a good whack. Give it a good whack and get some stress out. Anyway, fantastic. Thank you, darling. Like I say, genuinely beautiful design. Don't forget, if you've just tuned in and you missed all that, it will be available on YouTube. And Sammy did say she's available on her Facebook page as well. Now there might still be some of those kits still available. I'm not sure. I'll have a little look on the web. There's still a few, lots and lots of you that have got it in your baskets that need to check out. I know we were very very close to selling out during the actual demonstration, so I wouldn't be surprised. And it's got the 2mm gauge wire, which is pretty much brand spanking new. Now, don't go anywhere though, folks, because we have got more to bring you. I've got some amazing, don't forget your kunzite is coming up in the last hour as well. I've got price drops as well, so we'll be back, Sammy, won't we?
Yes, we will.
Just after this.
Hi, I'm Carol. I've been on the silver clay workshop today. It's been a fantastic experience. We've made 3 pieces, which I wasn't expecting to make 3 pieces. Tracy has been excellent. Any questions, she's great. She understands that we're all learning, and she will go at your speed, at your pace. Yeah, I can't praise her enough.
I like working with Kumihimo because it's a very mobile craft. I can take it with me to various different places and work on it on the go. It's got endless patterns that you can create with lots of varied materials which Jewellery Maker sell in abundance. So things like our satin cords and waxed cords, but we can use ribbons and wire as well. And I like the product because that it's sort of something that all ages can do. So from the very young, my children enjoy making Kumihimo braids, right through to people who might have some sorts of dexterity problems, because it's very easy, there's nothing heavy to move, and you get into a real zone of sort of peaceful tranquility while doing it, and it just takes you to another place and you just get lost in the moment of making Kumihimo.
Jewellery Maker ships to the following countries. We offer 2 delivery services, standard and premium. So wherever you are in the world, Jewellery Maker are never far away. Come and join Sarah Elvin and grow your knowledge for a specialised jewellery technique in this DVD Kumihimo projects. Kumihimo is a really interesting way of creating new designs of jewellery. Within this DVD, Sarah will guide you through many techniques that include a cabochon necklace, wire-wrapped pendant, zigzag Kumihimo, and the caged necklace. This is the perfect DVD to expand your Kumihimo knowledge and will certainly grow your taste for more. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
Join guest designer Liz Welsh as she guides you through how to make beads using friendly plastic. Liz will teach you how to make an array of different shapes and patterns, including round beads, wrapped and tubular beads. This DVD is packed full of inspiration and helpful hints and tips. So, to get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Welcome back, everybody. Lovely to be with you this afternoon. My name's Eleanor and you're watching, of course, Jewellery Maker and your designer inspiration. I'm joined by the very gorgeous Sammy. Hello, my darling.
Hello, my lover.
Hello, my lover. I love it. Whereabouts are you from in Gloucestershire?
Cheltenham.
You're from Cheltenham?
Yeah.
Now, I know that area very well. I've got family who are from, well, not Cheltenham, but they're actually from Gloucestershire way.
Ah.
So, more the Forest of Dean, but we used to go to Cheltenham quite frequently. Lovely shopping.
Yes, it's amazing shopping.
Amazing shopping around Cheltenham, and a really beautiful part of the UK. What was that, sorry? Where have you been, Paul? You've been there too. You've not been there. Oh, he needs to go. You need to go to the Cheltenham races, doesn't he?
Yeah, I live by the racecourse actually.
Do you?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, you're posh, you are.
I know. Well, I'm not. I'll bring the tone down a bit.
Don't be so silly. Don't be so silly.
It's good.
Anyway, I'm about to bring you a brand new strand, and I've been talking about it throughout the entirety of the morning because this is one of my favourite gemstones on the planet. It really does epitomise femininity, and I'm sure I'm not alone in this because you've all got very creative minds. When I look at certain things, it conjures up memories or images, if you like. With gemstones, I actually think certain gemstones, don't you think they've got almost like personalities? For example, emeralds, I'd say would be one of those sort of seductive gemstones. If you look at morganite, it might be a little, sort of an alluring gemstone. But whenever I look at kunzite, I think it's elegance. I always call it the Grace Kelly of the gemstone world. It is those delicate baby pinks that we all absolutely adore, and it is a youngster in the gemstone world. It was only actually discovered in 1902 by George Frederick Kunz, an absolutely iconic gem hunter and gemologist who obviously spoke to Tiffany's & Co about this wonderful gem. But ordinarily, kunzite will, in terms of the colour saturation, it will be assisted in that laboratory heated, and that's absolutely fine. It would not deter from the value in any way, shape or form if it's been treated in a laboratory, and they just heat it ever so slightly to bring out to intensify the gemstone's natural beauty and the saturation. This strand, however, needed none of that. It needed no assistance whatsoever. You have got the perfect amount of pink, baby pinks that kunzite aspires to be. But this is not just a baby pink gemstone. It is a gemstone which is what we call phosphorus. It has an ability to absorb energy and light. Not all gemstones can do it. It's called an evening gemstone. So if you can imagine it, say you're wearing some pieces or a piece which has got this gemstone actually set into it. Whilst you're wearing it in the day, imagine it to be like a bit like solar lighting. It'll absorb that energy, absorb that light, and then when you go maybe into candlelight or something a little bit more soft and subtle, you'll still see those dazzling pinks. It is an amazing gemstone, and like I said, it just epitomises femininity. Don't you think? Do you see what I mean, Sammy? The Grace Kelly?
Yes, definitely. It's gorgeous. I think I absolutely love the subtlety of the colour. It's not really in your face, it's just gorgeous. Really
just
is.
Beautiful. I actually hadn't seen a huge amount of kunzite prior, and I've worked in jewellery industry for many years, but I hadn't actually seen a huge amount of kunzite prior to actually coming to work for this family-run business. And I can tell you for certain I hadn't seen one single natural kunzite, because speaking to one of my previous bosses, a gemologist from a very reputable jeweller, when I spoke to her the fact that we've got natural kunzite, he said, Eleanor, that's almost unheard of. It's like, and this is my sort of terminology for it, it'd be like lightning striking the same place twice. The likelihood of us being able to actually acquire parcels of natural kunzite, it's almost unseen. So the fact that you have got a double strand of over 300 carats in this one opportunity, and yes, some are more pink than other, but I like that. I love the fact that they're in the organic form. You've got the individual nuggets. Look at the intensity of colours though, almost even fuchsia pink coming through. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy, and I don't blame you whatsoever. Natural kunzite, this is brand new, it's not been on your screens previously before. And kunzite as a gemstone, like I said, if you love those soft, delicate hues, if you love those pastel hues like your aquamarine, if you love your morganite, if you love maybe your praisolite, sort of those soft, subtle colours, then you'll adore this gemstone. It is hands down one of my favourite. It's very, very close to my heart. Now on our sister channels, just to give you a little bit of a heads up, we've been established across on our sister channels for almost 10 years now, and in that space of time, in particular, there are two really significant kunzite parcels that we've managed to acquire. A parcel is the amount of rough gemstone that we managed to source. Now, Minas Gerais kunzite, for example, which was actually located in Brazil, it was totally natural and is almost run out. we've almost run out of it, and I know I don't know of any other sort of replenishing natural kunzite. I just wanted to highlight just how seldom seen it is. This is a natural strand, so you are getting one of those opportunities. If you want to multi-buy, you can. We're not restricting you in any way, shape or form. I'd like to say we've got quantity. How many have we got? We had 200. And already 25% of the stock has gone because a lot of you are choosing to buy twos. I actually think that the actual quantity that people will buy will massively increase when we actually introduce your price point. So with kunzite, I personally, Sammy, would like to see this maybe with your faceted white quartz, something maybe diamond-like. I wouldn't want to maybe use any darker colours.
No, I would go with maybe aquamarine nuggets or maybe some Larimar, or some coral, that kind of, but all of that texture, all of that shape, and just have this beautiful pastel piece. Yeah. Or just on its own.
Yeah, exactly. Stunning. I'd leave it on its own.
Because you've got the graduation of the colour in itself.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have some maybe a sort of more saturated at the front of the piece.
Well, you don't even have to do that. You can just, because the colours are changed, you know, they change there. You can just leave it as it is.
The fact that you have got that, and you have got some stones which are more intensified than others, that actually again really shows and demonstrates that these are Mother Nature's treasures, and they are totally and utterly natural. And again, if you do your research, if you have a little look on the web, the fact that natural kunzite is very, very, very difficult to get hold of. Like I said, in over 10 years that we've been acquired as a jeweller, we've only actually acquired Minas Gerais kunzite and some kunzite from I think it was actually, I'm trying to think now, I think it was Afghanistan that we actually found some natural kunzite as well. That's in over 10 years, 2 parcels only. So it is exceedingly difficult to get natural kunzite. And like I said, this is those beautiful baby pinks. Let's bring in that price point because there are lots of you multi-buying. Wow. Genuinely, can I just repeat what my friend said? One of my friends, a fully fledged gemologist, said, Eleanor, it's almost unheard of, natural kunzite. His family business had been established for over 100 years. As a jeweller, never had natural kunzite in. True story. Absolute true story. Never had natural kunzite in. Hello, Danielle. Those kunzite chips are just so elegant, Eleanor. We'll pair these with the pearls.
Ooh,
yes.
Lovely. Yes.
Yes. Yeah. Wouldn't it look amazing? Wouldn't it look amazing? Now, I haven't got the pearls that I brought you earlier, but here we go. Look at that. We can bring the pearls which were spherical. These are coming up a little bit later on. Oh, thank you, Ben. Let's show you with these. Yeah, totally right. Oh. Danielle, you're totally right. We're bringing the graphics for the pearls at the bottom. £7.95 for natural kunzite is amazing. Do you know what? Even if you're thinking right now, even if you're watching right now, and maybe you're new to your jewellery making journey, maybe you're thinking kunzite is a high-end gemstone. It's a gemstone I don't see very often. Maybe I'm looking at maybe your more I don't want to say common because no gemstone is common, but more frequently featured gemstones, like your maybe agates or your jaspers. I understand that sentiment. However, get it whilst you can, because truthfully, it is very rarely seen to actually have natural kunzite, those baby pinks. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having kunzite which has undergone heat treatment. I own a kunzite which has actually had heat treatment. But what I'm talking about in terms of its rarity, that in itself, I mean, you can actually speak to people about the fact these are natural kunzite. They did not need to be, their beauty didn't need to be enhanced in a laboratory. And 95% of the world's gemstones are actually enhanced within a laboratory, whether that be fissure filling, whether that be irradiating, whether that be heating, whether it be coating. 95% of the world's gemstones actually are. It's not a negative whatsoever. Nothing wrong. It's no different to you and I ladies putting a bit of lipstick on in the morning. It's making the most of what you got, isn't it? Making the most of what you got. This is my first kunzite, can't wait. Oh, Pam, you're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Do you know? Like I said, I'd seen kunzite prior to actually coming to work for this wonderful business. But I'd never seen, I'd seen the odd piece here and there in museums predominantly, never seen anything like it. We are truly, or rather the Bennett family truly are one of the world's leading buyers of coloured gemstones, and I genuinely believe that, because if they weren't, then they wouldn't have been able to get such parcels and opportunities such as this. So Pam, you're going to love it. It just epitomises femininity. I'd be inclined, if I sold my jewellery, if I was a jewellery maker, and I sort of, or I was commissioning the collection, right now I would be thinking, this is the Grace Kelly collection. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
Now,
a big multi-strand necklace with that, couldn't you?
Amazing, absolutely amazing. I'm going to leave those with you. Already over half the stock has actually been allocated. I'll recap it at the end of the show. Well done, well done. Now, next piece, how many have we got of these? 6. I'm asking that first because there's not enough of these to go around. As soon as I say what the gemstone is, they will be gone. I know they will, and I don't get to come and spend time with our jewellery makers that frequently. No. I know they will, because you have got amber. But amber with the black, with the red, with the beautiful yellow. Gosh, this is amazing. Can I just say, in 2004, the Baltic region actually was flooded, and 90%, was it 90%, I think it was, might have been actually 85. 90% of the world's amber comes from that region, so the supply was almost non-existent. Almost non-existent. Now,
can I please? I'm genuinely serious. I need to go and get
Sammy says, can she nip out and buy it? You can give it a go, honey, but there's only 6.
I know. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, there's only 6, so give it a go, Sammy. Thank you. I know. I don't blame you, my darling. Here, as your hosts and presenters here on Jewellery Maker and across all the channels, our sister channels, we're all specialists. We're all accredited jewellery professionals. But we have to be specialists in certain gemstones. Amber is my gemstone, so I had to do a lot of research into it, and I continue to do research into it, and the prices have hugely skyrocketed. We can see Sammy on the phone line now. Sammy, I hope you get it. I do hope you do, because there are only 6 opportunities. Can you see that wonderful black agate? You can get green agate, you can get yellow agate, and sort of the most common, well, not common, there's only 2. We've got to bring the price point in. Did Sammy get one? Yes, she did. Well done, Sammy. Whoa, speedy work. You go, girlfriend. They've all gone. Well done, Lizeth. Hello to you, Lizeth, in Germany, one of my customers on our USA channel. Hello to you, Tina, Cheshire. Hello to you, Leicestershire, Bridgend, and Sammy. Well done, Sammy. Oh, that was some speedy dialing. You've got it on speed dial, clearly.
No, I went online out there.
Oh, you did it online?
Yeah, really quick.
Well done.
I've been waiting for those for ages.
Stop calling for that, it's already gone. Have you been waiting for it for ages?
Yes.
Bless her. I love how you actually asked permission.
I know, I didn't just run off. I thought people might worry. I thought I'm just going to...
Bless her. Right, moving on. What else have we got? Should we do number 12? I love these. I love these. Now, these have got almost a baby blue. I put them next to the kunzite, actually, because I think these would work really well. Again, going back to your pearls. If you bought the pearl strand earlier on, I think we put the light blue. I was going to say these are a baby blue colour, but look at them next to the kunzite. Look at them next to the kunzite. They really lift each other, don't they? So your baby blues and your baby pinks.
Beautiful. Really are.
Really, really are. Again, I hope I've got quantity, because we have got some last in stock up. 31, that's all. It's a busy afternoon for us here. Lots of you tuning in, obviously, for Sammy's wonderful inspiration and designs. But that also means that we will bring you some last in stock opportunities. 31 is not enough to go around, not when we're talking about light blue cultured pearls. And these are your potato pearls. And we were talking earlier on, Sammy, weren't we, about their sort of organic shape.
Yeah.
And how... Well, firstly, you know that they're natural if they've got a more organic shape.
Yeah.
It's more obvious that they're natural.
I think it is more obvious, and people like the interest in the texture as well. I think that's probably why they're quite popular too. I love to do pastel pearl necklaces, so you'll have a peach and a grey and you just carry on through, and it looks really lovely when you do that. It does. So I tend to have lots of different colours of pearls because I like to knot them in a beautiful pastel.
Sammy, do you commission pieces for weddings?
I do a lot of yes, I do a lot.
Because I can imagine for those that do tiaras and your fascinators.
Or even, I just did a chain backdrop necklace. So we just had two pearls here, and then at the neckline, and then I had 2 pearls in 3 areas down the chain at the back, because the lady was wearing a beautiful backless dress. So just 2 pearls here, and then some drops at the back. It looks really nice.
We were saying earlier we don't particularly follow trends, because I don't either. I wouldn't necessarily think, oh, I can't wear that anymore because it's not in fashion. Just got a dress for myself, really. But I've always loved those sort of what do you call them? Sort of backless drop neck.
I don't know what you call them.
I don't know what you actually call them, but yeah, one of these, a simple pearl at the bottom of the back.
Yes, little one at the bottom of the back, and then several halfway down.
Really beautiful, amazing. Now let's bring in that price point for you. Well done, Janice, Danielle, Helen in Dunbartonshire, Helen in Devon, Carol's there with new buyers, £7.95 for genuine cultured pearls. Again, I'm just going to refer back to that. I've known of the increases of price points in pearls, even when I go back to when I was in my 20s. Early 20s. I actually started in jewellery and gemstones when I was 18. When I was that age, I can remember seeing pearls of this size, yes, granted with a gold setting, and maybe actually had a couple of diamonds set into the actual clasp, but they would be hundreds of pounds. Hundreds of pounds. I'm not suggesting that's what these would be valued at, but I do absolutely want you to realise that £7.95 is no reflection of the true value or worth. It really, really isn't. I'm going to leave those with you. Congratulations to every single one of you on that piece. Before I got my legs wedged under the table. Now, look at these. They're a bit of fun, aren't they?
They're fabulous.
Oh, you've got heart-shaped.
I wanted to use those. I got them. I had a choice with those at the challenge as well. I wanted to use them with the red tiger's eye because I think they look amazing together. They're really beautiful, aren't they?
The boys are saying you should have said.
Oh, should I? Sorry, I didn't know I could have more than one. I'll know next time.
Oh well, you'll know now for next time.
I will.
You'll know now for next time. Yeah, because you can sit little gemstones in those, can't you?
Yes, I mean, a little red tiger's eye in that would look fab, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it? Or a pearl or anything.
Amazing, amazing. Of course, you're mother of pearl, and you've got the differing shapes. And mother of pearl has been, again, chosen within jewellery and used within jewellery for many, many, many years, because you have got that iridescence, if you like, across the surface of this gemstone. And, like I said, it is more of a shell, if you like, a wonderful iridescence that doesn't stay stagnant. It actually migrates, it moves, a little bit like amalite. Amalite as a gemstone is one of the rarest on the planet. It is found from one location in the world, and it actually dates back to a prehistoric creature called an ammonite, which and it's almost a shell-like creature, a bit like a giant snail, if you like. But the actual shell had fabulous iridescence and really primary colours, wonderful primary colours, and they call it swathes. You have swathes of colour across the gemstone. The same applies with your shell pearl, and I always sort of reflect back to your sort of ammonite as a gemstone, which you might not have seen. In fact, I highly doubt you will have seen actually here on Jewellery Maker, because it is a hugely... Have you had it? Ammonite. Wow. It's astonishingly rare. And by the way, if you've ever been on, we have it on our sister channels, but if you've ever been on a cruise, it's so expensive. So expensive. The more colours within the ammonite, the more valued it is. And the same applies sort of with your mother of pearl. Swathes of colour which will actually move and migrate across the entirety of the mother of pearl. Amazing. You are getting all 3 strands. What would you be thinking about doing with these?
You could do all sorts of fun things with those, couldn't you? You've got earrings. You've got actually a lovely bridal piece with maybe pearls within the hearts. You've got something for bridesmaids as well.
Yeah.
You could do really fabulous beachwear with some lovely nuggets, maybe Larimar, that kind of colour.
Yeah,
with
really
those would look absolutely stunning.
Oh,
you
yes,
could do,
like sort of the sand and the sea.
I love using chips and nuggets with the shell because you've got all the different textures and then all the different light travelling across, so it just looks amazing. I love
Beautiful.
shells.
Yeah, I do as well. Totally agree. Let's bring in that price point for you, folks. $11.95 for all 3 strands, and again you've got, I'm not going to count these because I'll be here all day, there's a lot there. Great for wish bracelets as well. Maybe get sort of your daughters or your sons or your grandchildren or your niece and nephew, whichever it might be. Get the younger generation starting to make jewellery, maybe with a bit of hemp cord. Fantastic gemstones. Leave those with you. Because I have got 40 minutes remaining this afternoon with you in show, and I want to bring you some price drops. So I'm starting with number 6. Ooh, smoky quartz. These are huge. Do you know I had to go at faceting a gemstone over in India?
Oh, I'm jealous. I'd love to do that.
I was rubbish.
Were you? I bet I would be too.
I've got a whole new, because they do it by eye. Do it all by eye. I wasn't the worst, but I wasn't great. And it was a smoky quartz that they let me use, and when it was polished I thought, gosh, if even my gemstone after polishing still looks beautiful, it did, because the beauty of the gemstone. Wonderful sort of espresso tones that you get from your smoky quartz. These are huge, beautifully sizable. Haven't seen it on our sister channels in I don't know how long, but again, this is because it's got that sort of autumnal colours, very much sort of natural colours and tones. It will complement so many different gemstones that you have in your stash already, and I want to quickly hold this one up next to it, which is coming up. Look at that little bundle you've got there. You've got tiger's eye, you've got Botswana agate, and of course your clear quartz. That's coming up later, but don't you think they work beautifully together?
They really do. But smoky quartz is one of those that you can put with any colour.
Anything.
Absolutely. With the shell that you just had, it would look great. With the kunzite, it would look great because you've got the pinks and the chocolates, and yeah, it goes well with so many different stones.
Totally agree.
And they would be a lovely big chunky macrame bracelet, wouldn't that be?
Oh, that would be lovely. Oh yeah, our gorgeous Mark.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in ages. Hello Mark, if you're watching. Now let's bring you a should be price. Only ever been on your screens previously at $9.95. However, not today. Today, £6.95. It's never been on your screens previously lower than $9.95, so great opportunity for everybody. 370 carats. Straight away I've got people on the web allocating it to baskets. Straight away I've got people with me on the phone lines. Essex, Dawn, Reenie, well done to you. Nicola in Manchester, West Midlands, you're there as well. New buyers, congratulations to you. They're huge rounds as well. These are pretty much the biggest that you can get, isn't it? 12mm rounds.
Yeah, you
sometimes have 14.
Sometimes you get bigger, but it's very, very unusual.
Very unusual.
But rose quartz with those. I've got some rose quartz at home.
Yes.
It's going to look amazing with those.
Like I said, very versatile gemstone. I'm going to, sorry, I beg your pardon. I'm going to move quite quickly this hour, between now and the top of the hour, because, so it doesn't mean that you've necessarily missed out, it just means I want to bring you as many pieces as I can. Now, I love this strand. We've got 5. Okay, we were looking at this earlier on, and genuinely, this has got to be one of the most beautifully faceted strands I've ever seen. I don't even know what to actually call this facet, because they're almost drums, but also almost briolette, because it's faceted all the way around. What have we called it? Concave cut tubes. Yeah, I guess that's a good description of it as well. These are graduated. There are how many? 5. These will sell out. Praiselite we were talking about earlier, the soft, subtle colours, very spring-like. Praiselite is, of course, an amethyst. But look at this. The beauty of that faceting. Wow. How amazing is that?
That is just stunning.
It's never been on your screens before, did you say? Never been dropped in price previously. This is the first ever price drop, and it is purely because we only have 5. Only have 5. And straight away I've got Jean and Linda showing interest in it, so you will need to have, and June and Sylvia on the phone line. So It is amazing. Look, they almost look like they've got diamonds set into the Praisilite. One's already gone with Jean. Well done, Jean. You'll love this when you get home. I'm lucky enough to see, and I'm sure, and Sammy, we are privileged to actually see amazing gemstone strands frequently. Yeah. But I've never seen a strand which is faceted like this previously before. I haven't seen a strand faceted like this before, and it's those really delicate sage greens which I love about Praisilite amethyst. But look how they're faceted as well. They're wonderful tubes. But I want to say briolette.
Yeah, kind of. I'd like to put the smoky quartz in between each one.
Do you know what I would do?
Just leave them on their own.
One of those on a silver chain.
Yeah, you could.
Just because the cutting is so amazing.
They do speak for themselves.
Yeah, the cutting is so amazing. We'll have to bring in the price point because I've got so much interested, so many people interested rather. This is just what we should be at. Should be at $54.95, and please appreciate just how difficult it is to facet a gemstones. I've always had respect for lapidus, always have. However, I've got a newfound respect having been just literally last week in India in the cutting house and seeing that they do this with the naked eye. Wow, well done, Jean. You've got yours Worcestershire. Well done. You've got yours. I've got Gloucestershire there as well, and I've got Linda there, and I've got telephone bidders. So there's 3 available in the vault. 3 only. Once this has gone, it has obviously gone. So you will need to check out. But don't you think they look like they've been parve set with diamonds?
They really. I haven't seen that strand before. It's just amazing.
Amazing. I only had 5 to start with. When we first launched it, sorry, this afternoon we only had 5. When we first launched it, we only had 50. So it was a very, very, very limited edition strand straight away. There's a slight graduation, and it is very, very, very slight. I would be inclined, personally, to just literally have one of those gemstones as a pendant. Simple. I'm going to leave that with you because there's more on the phone lines and more on the web than I actually have pieces left. If you get that, wow, you're going to love it. You're absolutely going to love it. Moving on to... What number was this again? Number 9, and moving on to number 4. Ooh. Beautiful quartzite, carved quartzite as well. So, first time I've brought you carved gemstones today. And they are carved all the way around, so 360 degrees. You've got your roses on both sides. Now there's a certain jeweller which I bought some carved gemstones from. And lovely, I still wear it, lovely, 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 but it's nowhere near as intricate as this, and I paid 3 figures for it. True story. 200 carats of beautiful red quartzite, but it's almost got that sort of honey colour actually, hasn't it?
It's
again with the smoky quartz.
Yes. Smoky quartz, all the pearls.
All the pearls. The first time I brought you a strand which are actually carved, and again we're talking about the intricacy and the difficulty of faceting gemstone. There's faceting as a lapidus, a whole skill, a skill which you don't just develop overnight. It's something that takes decades to learn. The same applies with your carving, because it is a work of art, quite literally. It's sculpting, if you like, with rare, beautiful, genuine gemstones. Now again, miss out opportunities, because we haven't got huge quantities of these. Should be $7.95 all day long and to the moon and back. Okay, as low as we are physically allowed to take it on air is $6.95. That is our absolute rock bottom price here at Jewellery Maker, and we've done that for you. We've got, again, individual earrings here, just 2 of those in some sterling silver, or maybe even some copper, whichever it might be. And again, you've got your price back, surely, and then some.
Yeah, I would think so. Mark would do amazing bracelet with that, wouldn't he?
Yes.
Absolutely gorgeous.
What colours would you look at, maybe team up with that?
Well, I go with down the more natural route. So if you're going to go with hemp cord, you go down I can't get to what I need to say.
Earthy sort of tones?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
you go, because it is such a beautiful natural thing. Or you could go like sage.
Sage, yeah.
Yeah, that would look really nice. Then you're mimicking the leaves in the hemp cord.
Love that.
And having them
love it,
out.
love it. Love that, Sammy. Amazing. Well done. Got to move on to number 10. Oh, beautiful fluorite. Fluorite is known as one of the most colourful minerals on the planet. You can get fluorite in blues, greens, yellows, and also you can get wonderful stripe detailings. We were talking about how we love to see the formation of gemstones. Fluorite does that with those beautiful colours. My, oh my, you've got individual pendants here. They are top drilled pairs. And you can see all the colours there. Blues, yellows, greens, almost Paraiba tones coming through. 135 carats. Adore this strand, and again you could wire up these and it'd be as simple, maybe like the pendant that you're wearing, Sally.
Yeah, you can do something simple like that with just a little bit around the top, or if you did get the kit, do like a U shape out of copper wire.
Yes.
And then just a wire between the two loops at the top.
We're just showing off your pendant now. Because you could do something like that with these, couldn't you?
You could do something really simple, just a little bit of wire around the top.
Bit of wire around the top.
They're so beautiful, you wouldn't want to do anything else with them, would
No,
you?
no. And particularly the green amethyst, very difficult to get hold of. Sorry, green amethyst, sorry, the green fluorite, very difficult to get hold of. You can also get a colour change fluorite, but there was a green fluorite parcel that we've had a couple of years ago. We first purchased it, but I think it's actually already sold out. But it was some of the finest that we'd ever seen. It is that apple colour that you're looking for with green fluorite, and you've definitely got it here. Now, again, it is. What do you call it? Miss it, miss out. Price drops. It is a price drop promise for you. A little mini section. So we'll show you what the should-be price should be. $14.95. You've got multiple pendants in this piece, and maybe even a pair of matching earrings, which I absolutely adore. I love the fact that you've got your canary fluorite, you've got your green fluorite, your blues, and then you've even got the striped fluorite in those large pendants right there. Should be $14.95 rather. But we've just taken a third off the price. That is the lowest price this strand has ever actually been at. Sammy, again, I know I keep repeating myself, but one of those with maybe some sterling silver.
Yeah, one of those with a bit of sterling silver wire, I'd be selling at least, well, £40.
£40?
With a little bit of sterling silver wire, but that's with some weaving around the top, but yeah.
See? I mean, I know not everybody sells jewellery, but if you gift jewellery, the fact that you are giving $925 sterling silver, I mean, that straight away, it's recognised. It is recognised globally as a rare commodity, obviously, and a beautiful and a valued commodity, obviously. But it's maybe have a go at selling jewellery. Some people might be scared of doing it.
There might be, and it is competitive.
Yeah.
But it's really rewarding when somebody wants to buy something you've made.
I bet.
But it's also lovely. I gave my mother-in-law a beautiful hand-knotted pearl necklace for her birthday, and she was absolutely over the moon. So it's wonderful to create something for people.
Exactly.
It really is.
Potentially, if you, without your skills and without Jewellery Maker, obviously being able to offer such quality gemstones, would be unobtainable.
Yeah.
Would be unobtainable in terms of budget for many.
Yes, definitely. And that's beautiful, that strand, isn't it?
Amazing, and lots of you getting involved. Hello to Julie, hello to Lisbeth, hello to Margaret, Fiona, Jones, Sandra, Sussex, Carol's with me, new buyers, congratulations to you. We've just taken a third off the price point. As I said, fluorite is one of the most colourful minerals. It does come in various different colours and tones, and you can also get that beautiful sort of striped detailing as you're looking at there. Leave that with you, again, because I want to bring you as many as I can. Price drops. I'm moving on to number 7. Peacock pearls. So again, if you love that look of Tahitian pearls are some of the most expensive pearls on the planet, without doubt. They're not Tahitian, but they are peacock, so they'll actually bring you that wonderful colour. It's almost like an inky blue, flashes of purple, flashes of turquoise. Luster across the entirety. Now these are limited. They're 10 by 11 millimeters. So again, you have got you have actually got sort of beautiful size to these. Now again, look at how reflective they are as well. Very, very, very reflective. There are only 5 opportunities though, so it is last in stock. Certainly the biggest pearls that I brought you this afternoon. Love the fact that with that sort of Tahitian colour, these aren't Tahitian pearls, but with that Tahitian colour, again, I sold a Tahitian pearl necklace that had diamonds set into the pearls.
Wow.
It was amazing, it was. And yes, they were bigger than these, and it was in 18 karat gold as well. 5 figures. Not my own pieces of jewellery, I'm just saying in a jewellet that I worked at previously. Tahitian pearls are some of the most valued. These aren't Tahitian pearls, but they have got that wonderful colour which is so aspired in the industry. 5 opportunities. Let's bring you your should be price. Yeah, 100%. I mean, this is a high-end strand. It is a high-end strand in terms of the size, the orient, in terms of the nacre surface, in terms of the shape of the pearls as well. But it is, like I said, price drop. There's only 5 opportunities, so it's the last in stock. Team these with your white pearls. Leave them on their own, whichever it might be. You know you have got wow, that's a huge drop. It's £10 off for you this afternoon, so well done. But first come, first served. You know what you get with your peacock pearls? You get flashes of different colours. You get your flash of your blues, you get your flash of your purples, you get your flash of your greens. And again, would you be inclined to knot these, Sammy?
Yeah. Without a doubt.
I'll keep them on their own?
Yeah, completely. Just knotted them onto some black silk with sterling silver or a gold clasp.
Doesn't need anything else, does it?
No, I wouldn't put anything else with those. They are absolutely stunning.
And some of the biggest as well.
Yeah,
that means, on the basis of, and it is depending on the water temperature, but a pearl on average will grow about 1 millimetre per year. So on that basis, these are 10 years old. Right, leave that with you. Congratulations. Moving on to number 5. Oh, love, love, love. We've been talking about that bit of sparkle, haven't we? Talking about the bit of sparkle and how these are absolute staples, must-haves for any jewellery maker's collection. How many clear white quarters have you got within your collection, Sammy?
Lots of different shapes, lots of different, but I use them a lot, so I have a high turnover with those.
High turnover of your clear quartz. These are actually the faceted rice beads, which are lovely. So you've got that elongated shape. Look how they play with the light as well. It's that beautiful lustre across the surface of each of the gemstone. And again, I want to say they're almost briolette cut. A briolette cut was one of the most intricate, and it is almost 360 degrees across the entirety. So you could create maybe a sort of waterfall pair of earrings with these and almost be the same as a briolette cut. Very prominent in the Victorian era. Briolette faceting, and you can see why it's never actually sort of been a facet or a cut which has diminished in terms of its popularity. Now, outside of using diamonds, outside of using, of course, your zircon, if you want to add that bit of bling, then clear quartz is a great way of doing that. But please don't think that quartz means a quartz, right? That's a common material, because quartz as a mineral, yes, that is common. It actually covers 60% of the Earth's crust. However, gem quality quartz, where you've got SI clarity or brilliance or clarity like this, that is not rare. That is rare. That is actually only found in a few locations around the world. So gem quality quartz is only found a few locations around the world, whereas quartz as a mineral, that's a whole different entity. So there is two differing factors here. So please do not be fooled. You know, like you find quartz sometimes, and they are sort of big rough lumps, and they're almost like your paperweight, that look almost like ice does, compacted ice, where it's a little bit cloudy, a little bit white. That is quartz as a mineral. Quartz, which has got clarity like this, is quartz as a gemstone. That's only found in a few locations, so exceedingly rare in actual fact. Now let's bring in the should-be price for you. £10, $9.95, should be all day long. Without the use of diamonds, without the use of zircons, which obviously would be a bit more costly. Well, they would be a lot more costly. A third off. I'm guessing lots of people multi-buy on this, because it's a unique cut, isn't it? I know rice beads you do quite frequently here at Jewellery Maker, but the faceted rice beads,
they're great. They add a little bit of drama. If you put those with the black agate The black agate rounds just alternate. You've got a real kind of dressy piece with very little effort. And you could just do a little stretchy like that and it would look amazing. Or you could put them with the faceted green amethyst that you just had, the concave cut.
Oh, yes.
And then it would also help to space out those beads that perhaps you pay more for, so you want to, but you still want to continue the look of quality, so you go for a faceted clear quartz with good clarity like that in order to extend your more valuable stones, if you see what I mean.
It's a great idea, yeah, and exactly, very sensible, and obviously a good tip for everybody at home, but totally right. I mean, if you love that sort of praise light that you saw previously, this is going to sell out, so I'm going to have to move on, so well done to every single one of you there. Beautiful strand, beautiful strand. Let's move on though, some more price drops. Number 8. Oh, now these are different. Red chalcedony, a member of the quartz family. Chalcedony is cool to touch. It's cool to the touch, which not as in cool as in a. I'm definitely not that. But oops, cool to the touch. Now you have got. Oh, how am I going to display these? Let's try and hold one like so. Oh, dough. Try again. Two. Oh, man down. Too much. Sammy?
Yeah.
What would you be looking at these and doing? Because I'm clueless with something like this. Now, what would we use these for?
You could have the big one is centerpiece for a necklace, and then you could have 2 bracelets, or you could do a necklace with that one in the middle, and then the 2 smaller ones either side, with maybe the black agate we had earlier. They are just amazing, aren't they?
How would you work? Would you wrap them?
You could wrap them, indeed. You could also put a simple bail over one side of them, and then you could fill polymer clay in the middle, resin, anything like that as well.
Idea.
So you could do that. I've stolen it from Fiona Potter. It's not my idea. And Debbie Bulford. They both do amazing things like that. So yeah, there's so many things you can do. I like things like that because if you get them and you look at them and they challenge you to do things you might not normally do. So it's like when you get a bead scoop and you get a whole load of things, and some of them you wouldn't normally have used. So it's nice to have things that are a little bit different and just help you grow as a designer, I think.
Yeah, totally. I mean, we gain inspiration from everything in life, don't we? And each other, which is exactly as it should be. Now, let's bring you the should-be price. Again, 3 pendants straight away. It's not your price, though. As I said, should be. Straight away, we've just taken a couple of pound off for you. So, $7.95. That is again rock bottom price points that you're seeing here. Beautiful, beautiful red chalcedony, and it has got that warmth. It's almost cinnamon, isn't it? Cinnamon tones that you get from this gem. I love chalcedony as a gemstone. You can get it in so many different colours. You can obviously it can be dyed as well, but it's a gemstone which, like I said, it does show a warmth to it and a slight transparency as well. That was the end of your price drops, because we have got some recaps to bring you, and recaps to bring you, and gosh, less than almost 15 minutes remaining in show. Sorry, let's bring you this bundle first though, because that's Botswana agate, love it. I absolutely adore. Well, is it on the graphics as multicoloured? Oh, okay. To me, it looks like Botswana. I'm not saying it is, but it looks like Botswana to me. And you've got your tiger's eye. And you've got your tiger's eye. And clear quartz. Whenever I see clear quartz like this, I think they look like little dewy drops.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, so it is. My graphics are saying Botswana agate. My graphics are saying Botswana, country of origin Botswana. So there we go. It doesn't say it on the actual graphics, but it is Botswana agate. So that's fantastic because Botswana agate can be actually more considered. You have also got, you've also got your yellow tiger's eye with that beautiful chatoyancy, that wonderful movement. Look at that. Oh, we were talking about tiger's eye earlier on and how some countries actually consider it to be in the same league and value as diamonds and gold here in the West. And we've just been talking about clear quartz and how it's only actually this quality with this clarity only found in certain locations around the world. So amazing, absolutely amazing. 3 strands, it's a brand new bundle. And again, opportunities of gemstones here. It's the first Botswana agate piece I've brought you. It's the first yellow tiger's eye I've brought you. And only the second clear quartz. Are you serious? £9.95, 3 strands. Botswana agate. I used to actually do some of the bundling upstairs in Jewellery Maker. I used to actually put together kits for designers. Before Pip. Seriously, I'm genuinely shocked. We're at £9.95. Amazing, absolutely it is. Surely demonstrating Jewellery Maker's buying power in the industry. The quality that you are seeing of your yellow's tiger's eye, the quality of your Botswana agate. As I said, you've got a phenomenal gemstone. Can I just show you this one here? Let me just show you one. And the fascinating thing about all of these gemstones is one will catch your eye and then you have to go into closer inspection. But look at this chatoyancy that you're seeing on that piece. How it moves, almost like a wheel, isn't it? Incredible chatoyancy. You can see where the gemstone actually got its name from, can't you? Yellow tiger's eye, as I said, exceedingly demanded in many countries the world over. So, and beautiful. You can understand why. Now, on the left, some jump rings. We got some jump rings. Don't have to say it like that, though, do I? No, I think it was me that just said it in a weird way. No, not you, it was me. Some jump rings. Now, what size are these jump rings? 7mm, and they are the open jump rings. So you don't have to worry about you're getting 50 pieces, you haven't got to worry about soaring them individually. Sammy, is that a nightmare?
No,
if you run out of open jump rings?
It is a nightmare. If you run out, you can just make, but it is a pain to go and make some. I prefer to buy mine than make.
Yes. Well, if you know, so for some things, like my mum always said to me, same as with making pastry and making bread, although there is nothing better than fresh bread. My mum always said to me, for some things in life, it is too short. Life is too short to do certain things. And she was referring to making pastry. I would guess life is too short to make your own jump rings.
Well, it's hard to get hold of the gold-plated sterling silver wire as well. So
true.
Yes, when it comes to getting those, it's often easier to buy them indeed.
Easier and quicker.
Yes, it's certainly quicker.
And difficult to get the gold-plated sterling silver wire. So great. 50 opportunities again. I wouldn't be surprised. And very easy. Even I know how to close a jump ring correctly. Yep. Even I know how to do it.
Oh, that's good.
I know, because you don't stress it. You don't take the jump ring and take it like this. You take it like that. See? You impressed with my knowledge, or not so much? Okay, let's bring in the price point for you, folks. Solid sterling silver with precious metal on precious metal. £10 only. 50 you're getting in total. Is that normal? Is that usual? Nah, that can't be usual. It's not. I'm not just talking about. I'm not talking outside of these 4 walls. Is that usual to Jewellery Maker? Because seriously, outside of these 4 walls, for that amount of sterling silver, and again, let me just kind of try and scoop it all together. You can see the gram weight there. I haven't got the actual measure, the specific measurements, but you can see just how much precious metal you're getting on this piece, with that beautiful buttery luster. What would you actually be using? What would you actually be using your jump rings for then?
Well, I can see people buying these for chainmail. That'd be really good. That's a good chainmail bundle there if you want to give somebody a lovely high-end gift. Fabulous, isn't it, to do chainmail with the sterling silver gold plated. Obviously you use them like you would use any kind of findings. So if you want to do like rubies that really good with the gold plated, so gold plated sterling silver, you definitely put that with rubies. You wouldn't necessarily want to use a base metal with them, would you?
No.
So yeah,
there's something to be said. I mean, you know, if you're gifting, especially, you know, to have your precious metals, because everybody recognises 925 sterling silver as, you know, expense and luxury. Okay, moving on to number 15. Really? Oh my goodness! Look how beautifully saturated this is. Oh, amethyst. Amethyst comes in various different colours. I knew straight away it was from that location. Okay, I was looking at the country of origin because specifically Africa does produce some of the most richly saturated amethyst on the planet. I knew straight away it was because it has got those really velvety colours. Ultimately, when it comes to amethyst, so you can have your pink amethyst, you can have your praise light amethyst, you can have your rose de France amethyst, so it does come in different saturations. But when we're stepping into the purple amethyst, the more abundant those saturations, the more valued it is. So just remember these words: colour is king in the gemstone world. Colour is king. The more colour saturation, the more valued the gemstone is. And I actually read an article recently to some of my views on the sister channel, and it was talking about how this deep saturation and colour you'll find in your Chopard, Van Cleef & Arpels, Bulgaria using it, especially commissioned pieces were made for the First Lady of the USA. Very, very, very high-end, deep saturations. That's what you are looking for, and you can really see that intensity of colour, can't you? Now, this is a long strand. It is totally natural. It's not assisted. It's not enhanced in any way, shape or form. You can understand why amethyst of this grade, ordinarily, because once upon a time, amethyst, we almost fell out of love with it. And I'll explain why. Because lesser grade amethyst, you know, sort of the pale, more insipid purples, were becoming quite frequent on the market. So amethyst as a gemstone was, oh right, well yes, it's affordable, but unfortunately it was the fact that the paler grades, the less desirable qualities of saturation were basically taking the prestige away from sort of the deep saturations and grade. So that was the case once upon a time. Now, however, because it was the Telegraph that I actually read an article in, it was titled Purple Rain. Because deep saturations like this, particularly from this country of origin, as a jeweller, as a gemstone trader, we know that there will always be a delay in terms of supply for this quality and this grade, and we also know that we're going to have to pay a premium for it. That's an absolute given that certain locations around the world, particularly Africa is renowned for producing some of the most intense saturations out there. So you know that you're going to have a bit of a delay, and you know you're going to have to pay a premium for it. So now amethyst has returned to its rightful place. That intense saturation is commanding some of the highest premiums. If you researched it, you'll find pieces in Van Cleef & Arpels, Bulgari, Chopard, Cartier. I'm not making comparisons, obviously. I'm just saying the deep saturations are very, very, very on trend right now. Anyway, let's bring in that price point for you. I genuinely don't know how you do it, because like I said, we will have had to have waited for this. It's a gemstone where the demand is so high from this location, not enough is actually coming out of the ground to meet the demand for deep, rich, sumptuous amethyst. Amethyst is a highly pleochroic gemstone, so you're not just getting purples, you'll get flashes of blues, you'll get flashes of pinks under differing angles, but ultimately the more intense the saturation, the more valued it is. That's a super affordable price point from this location in the world. It glows, doesn't it? Really, really glows. So well done to every single one of you. Keep on dialing through for that. because it almost disappeared off the, almost disappeared entirely within our vault on our sister channel. Not amethyst, but from that location. I actually asked my producer, where's all the African amethyst gone? I actually asked that question. Now, can I just reiterate a brand new strand that we launched this afternoon? It is absolute perfection in terms of that colour. Basically, your kunzite is a gemstone which brings you that perfect, delicate baby pink. I call it the Grace Kelly of gemstones. But ordinarily, and I am talking sort of 99.9% of the time, just me giving a guesstimate there, but ordinarily kunzite does undergo some kind of treatment to actually bring out those delicate pinks. However, this needed zero treatment whatsoever. The majority of those of you that got involved, and I genuinely mean this, the majority of you have chosen to multi-buy, and I'm not surprised at all. It is a double strand in its organic sort of formation. This is also what we call a phosphorus gemstone, or an evening gemstone, because it looks amazing in evening light. So during the day, if you can imagine this, kunzite will actually absorb energy almost, a bit like a solar lighting, absorb energy and continue to dazzle even under really subtle lighting. So I've still got a few of those available. You can dial through. It's totally natural. Again, double strand. Lots of you choosing to multi-buy. Very high-end piece, and the only kunzite that I've brought you here this afternoon. I'll leave that at the bottom of the screen for you to keep dialing through, but everybody that's got it in their baskets, good luck. Now, I did challenge our lovely Sammy this afternoon, and I said, do you choose to accept it? And she said yes, because I chose it.
I did.
I like that. I do like that. I like that you chose your challenge, Sammy, because you chose wisely, my darling.
Oh, I adore it. I really do adore it.
It's very passionate, this, don't you think?
It is. It is. It's just beautiful, and it's subtle, but gorgeous.
Very sumptuous. Now we're talking about, of course, your tiger's eye, but how rare to see it in the red colour. So you get that wonderful chatoyancy, that wonderful movement, that incredible phenomena that this gemstone actually allows, from the tiny microscopic inclusions which is in the gemstone's formation that plays with the light and brings you movement. It's not just colour, it's about movement as well, as light cascades across every single one of those gemstones. Now you have got in this triple bundle, you've got 8mm, 6mm and 4mm, totaling, well, let's see, 170 carats, 40 carats and 90 carats in total. I'm looking at the pieces that Sammy has created, and she's chosen to use the gold, and I would probably do exactly the same, Sammy. I would do exactly the same. Now, £8.95 for you for the 3 strands, so dial in as soon as you possibly can. Let's go over and see what Sammy has created. Do you mind if I bring my coffee, Sammy?
No, go for it.
Okay, keep getting my legs wedged under this table. Clearly
you're so long.
No, clearly the JM presenters have got little teeny weeny legs. Teeny weeny legs. I keep getting mine wedged. It's been such fun this afternoon.
It has. It's been lovely.
Really fun. And you've been working on this beautiful creation. How intricate is that?
It looks really intricate. It is just wrapped loops, but because you've got the 3 graduated strands, you can play with that, and it almost looks like you've created lace with the wire, and it is just a series of wrap loops. It's very basic.
And using the actual the alterations of the sizes that you've got.
Playing with the different sizes, you know, with the graduation going up and down all the way around. Then a little drop at the back as well, with a simple tiger's eye on the back.
Oh, sorry.
But yeah, look.
I wanted to show you that bracelet there. Look at that. Amazing, absolutely incredible. So 3 beautiful pieces and also a wire wrapped ring. A wonderful wire wrapped ring, as you can see there. Love that. I mean, that's a suite of jewellery right there.
It is.
And yet you've got all those left.
I was about to do a little graduated pair of earrings, but I ran out of time. So I have all of that lot left as well.
When are you next?
23rd.
23rd of
this month.
May. Back on the Sam, you'll be back on the 23rd of May. On Friday you've got Fiona coming your way. I tell you what, it's been a dream coming back. It's so lovely to work with you for the very first time.
With you, even though I'm half your height, it's great.
No, I've got heels on, that's what it is. And you're sat down.
Oh, I'm tiny.
No, hopefully I'll come back and see you soon, folks. Don't go anywhere though, because more up after this.
Well, today on the Kamahima course with Sarah Elvin, I've been learning how to do different types of braiding. I've been learning how to do the bracelets, I've been doing square braids, round braids, how to put beads onto them and how to put findings on, as I didn't know how to do any of this before the course. I actually found the course through going onto the Jewellery Maker studio site and finding the tutorials and the workshops on the course, getting in touch with the studio and inquiring about the course. Before then, I didn't even know that the Jewellery Maker even existed. It has been a wonderful experience, as I have learned so much that I never even knew existed before today. It has been a wonderful experience. I would recommend anybody at all to come on this course, as it has opened my eyes to a whole new world.
Join our guest designer Sarah Elvin for some fantastic braiding techniques in her new DVD, Braiding Edition 1. This DVD includes the basic elements for your braiding: a spiral half hitch, a fishtail braid, a half hitch round, a half hitch braid, and finally Charlotte's Web. Watch this DVD and create some fabulous jewellery with ease. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
I like the fact that it's a really versatile medium, that you can, you've got no restrictions with it. You can create lots of organic designs, but you can also create a really structural designs as well if you want to. You can mix it with all of your different techniques. You can mix it with polymer clay, with kamihimo, with macrame, and it's just so versatile. You can just do so much, and there's just no limit with it.
Get creating stunning designs in no time at all with this brilliant Introduction to Kumihimo DVD with guest designer Sarah Elvin. These easy to follow steps on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will show you the best techniques to get you started with this amazing medium. To get your hands on a copy of this fantastic DVD, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Are you looking to create bespoke bridal jewellery? Then come and join guest designer Sheila on our bridal workshop. Sheila will guide you through how to design stunning accessories, including techniques using headbands, hair combs and tiaras. The full course includes a selection of hair combs and headbands, a selection of findings and wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and a trip to our gemstone museum. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 6444 655.